Chapter 168. Seeing the shocked expression on the old man's face, Jianchen smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Huang truly has a good eye." Even though the corpse of a Class 5 magical beast had greatly shocked the old man, he still managed to control his emotions very quickly. He took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. At this moment, the way he looked at Jianchen had completely changed. "Mister, may I ask if you really want to auction off these two Class 5 magical beast corpses?" The old man's eyes were filled with hope as he looked at Jianchen. Not only were Class 5 magical beast corpses extremely precious, they were also extremely hard to come by. In a second-class city like Phoenix City, Class 5 magical beast corpses had only appeared 2 or 3 times in the past few decades. However, every time they appeared, it would cause quite a bit of commotion in the nearby cities, causing quite a few influential clans to participate in the fight over them. If these two Class 5 magical beast corpses were to be auctioned off by the Tianfeng auction house, it would not only be a supreme honor for the auction house, but it would also cause the Tianfeng auction house's reputation to soar. It would even be possible for the Tianfeng auction house to become the #1 auction house in this region. Seeing the old man's somewhat nervous expression, Jianchen couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile on his face. He said, "That's right, I am indeed bringing these two Class 5 magical beast corpses to your auction house to auction off. Is there a problem?" Hearing this, the old man was overjoyed. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, it's our Heavenly Phoenix auction house's honor that you can sell these two Class 5 magical beasts corpses. However, mister, these two Class 5 magical beasts corpses are too important. It's already beyond my authority to deal with them. Please wait for a moment, I'll go invite our Heavenly Phoenix auction house's supervisor over to discuss further matters with you." Afterwards, Mr. Huang and Jianchen exchanged some pleasantries before directly leaving. In the quiet room, only Jianchen was left sitting there quietly. Jianchen sat casually on the chair with his head lowered and a look of contemplation on his face. Now, he was constantly thinking about his next move and how to deal with the trouble he might encounter. The corpses of Class 5 magical beasts were extremely precious. In a second-tier city like Fengyang City, it could be said to be extremely rare. Jianchen also understood in his heart that the two Class 5 magical beasts that he had auctioned off might not be as simple as causing a stir in this area. It was very likely that he would also encounter some trouble. Crack! With a soft sound, the door to the secret room was opened. When Jianchen looked up, he saw a woman in green slowly walk in with delicate step. As she entered, a very pleasant fragrance quickly filled the entire sealed secret room. This woman had a tall figure, and from her appearance, she seemed to be around 30 years old. Her entire body exuded a unique aura that only mature women would have. Although her naturally beautiful face couldn't be said to be the type that could cause the downfall of a country, to some ordinary men, she still had an irresistible attraction. Behind her back, her long, dark green hair was unrestrained and casually draped over her back. A pair of bright, black eyes flickered with a shrewd light, as if they could see through one's heart. And behind this woman, Mr. Huang, who had left earlier, also entered the secret room and closed the door behind him. While Jianchen was sizing up this woman, the woman was also sizing up Jianchen. Following which, she gracefully sat on the sofa opposite of Jianchen. A pair of black eyes flickered with a wise light as she stared at Jianchen. With a faint smile, she gently said, "This one is Urian, currently in charge of the Tianfeng auction house. How should I address this mister?" Jianchen cupped his hands slightly and said, "This one is Wu Yun. Miss Urian, please excuse me." Urian nodded slightly. Turning her head to look at Mr. Huang, she smiled and said, "So it's Mr. Wu Yun. I just heard Mr. Huang say that Mr. Wu Yun seems to want to auction off the corpses of two Class 5 magical beasts. Is that true?" While speaking, Urian's pair of beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at Jianchen's disguised face. That's right, that's true. Jianchen placed the two Class 5 magical beasts' corpses on the table in front of him and calmly said, Miss Urian, the items are here. Please examine them. Okay. Urian picked up the space belt and began to examine it. But when she saw the corpses of the magical beasts, a trace of surprise appeared on her face. That's right, they are Class 5 magical beasts. If I'm not wrong, they must be the winged divine ox and the swift cloud beast, Urian said softly. Jianchen nodded slightly. Miss Urian, I plan to auction off these two Class 5 magical beasts at your auction house. Is there a problem? Hearing that, Urian chuckled. She gracefully placed the space belt on the table in front of her. Her large, black, and bright eyes seemed to be filled with an irresistible charm as she stared at Jianchen's emotionless face. She said, Of course there's no problem. Considering that the magical beasts Mr. is auctioning off are far too rare here, and they can also bring greater influence to our auction house, I can represent the auction house in waiving all fees. Once these two Class 5 magical beasts are successfully auctioned off, Mr. will receive 100% of the auction price. Our auction house will not take any fees. Jianchen didn't care about the fees charged by the auction house, but he still clasped his hands and thanked. Of course, if Mr. is willing to auction off these two Class 5 magical beasts' cores at the same time, coupled with our Heavenly Phoenix auction house's publicity, I'm sure they'll fetch a very good price. Would Mr. consider it? Urian continued. A bitter smile appeared on Jianchen's face. He said, Miss Urian, I'm very sorry, but I found these two Class 5 magical beasts' corpses in the Magical Beast Mountain range. When I found their corpses, their cores had already been taken away, so I don't have any Class 5 magical beasts' cores. Is that really the case? Urian looked at Jianchen in disbelief with a smile. Hearing those words, Jianchen's face sank slightly. He snorted lightly and said with some dissatisfaction, Miss Urian, I've already said it. It's up to you to believe me or not. Seeing Jianchen's somewhat angry expression, Urian smiled apologetically and said gently, Mr. Wu Yun, please don't get angry. This little girl was only asking casually and didn't mean anything else. Please don't misunderstand. As she said that, Urian quickly took out a piece of paper and said, Mr. Wu Yun, please sign here. At the same time, these two Class 5 magical beasts will be handed over to our Heavenly Phoenix auction house for safekeeping. I wonder if Mr. has any objections? I know the rules of the auction house. Alright, I'll hand these two Class 5 magical beasts to you for safekeeping for the time being. However, if anything happens to the goods during this time, your auction house will have to take responsibility. Chapter 169. Afterwards, Jianchen and the supervisor of the auction house, Urian, discussed some other matters. In the end, Jianchen left the two Class 5 magical beast corpses in the auction house and left by himself. After Jianchen's departure, only the appraiser and Urian remained in the quiet room. Old Mr. Huang closed the door of the secret room and returned to his seat. His gaze lingered on the space belt in Urian's hand for a while before he said to Urian, Urian, the magic cores of these two Class 5 magical beasts, do you think it's possible that Wu Yun has them? Urian gently stroked the spatial belt containing the two 5th-tier magic beasts with her slender fingers. Even though it was covered in blood, she didn't show any disgust as a woman. It's very likely. From the wounds on the two magical beasts, they should have killed each other. In the end, both sides were injured and someone took advantage of the situation. From the wounds where the monster cores were taken out, the person shouldn't be very powerful. At the very least, he should be far weaker than the Class 5 magical beast. Otherwise, it would have been extremely easy for him to take out the monster cores. It would have been impossible for the wounds to be so messy, Urian said after some thought. However, we can't rule out the possibility that the two Class 5 monster cores have really been taken away by someone and that person called Wu Yun just picked up the corpses of the two Class 5 magical beasts for nothing. However, the possibility of that is extremely small. Only Earth Saint Masters or Heaven Saint Masters would not care about the corpses of Class 5 magical beasts. However, the two Class 5 magical beasts' monster cores were clearly not taken away by someone like that. Old Man Huang nodded with that. Then it's very likely that the two Class 5 magical beast cores are with Wu Yun. Yeah, it's very likely. Urian nodded in agreement. Then, she sighed and said, forget it. Whether the Class 5 monster core is with Wu Yun or not has nothing to do with us. We just need to do our job well. Although the Class 5 monster core is expensive, compared to the reputation of our Heavenly Phoenix auction house, it is insignificant. Alright, Old Huang, let's not think about the matter of the fifth order monster cores. We just need to focus on our work. This time, we were able to discover two fifth-order monster cores by accident. This is a very rare opportunity for our Tianfeng auction house. We must make good use of this opportunity and increase the reputation of our Tianfeng auction house. Yes, I understand. Master Huang nodded. Also, we still have to keep the matter regarding Wu Yun a secret. We definitely can't leak any information about the owner of a Class 5 magical beast. Otherwise, not only will our Heavenly Phoenix auction house not gain any benefits, it will also greatly affect our reputation. Just how important reputation is to an auction house, I'm sure Old Huang is clear about that. Although Urian's voice was very soft, it was filled with an unquestionable tone, as if she was a superior commanding officer. Yes, this old man understands, Master Huang hurriedly replied. After leaving the Heavenly Phoenix auction house, Jianshan specifically chose to walk along the crowded street. After making sure that no one was following him, he slowly arrived at a secluded alley. Looking at the two sides of the alley, Jianshan hesitated for a moment before taking out his light-wind sword and cutting open the door. He quickly entered the small house. The small house was very dark and had very little visibility. There were only a few simple pieces of furniture inside, and from the thick layer of dust on the table, it was clear that no one had lived in this house for a long time. After casually looking around, he immediately took out some items from his space pouch and began to clean up his appearance. He even changed his clothes and changed his hairstyle before leaving the wooden hut. He then walked out of the alley from the other end of it. When Jianshan once again appeared in front of everyone, he had already returned to his original appearance. Even his aura had undergone a subtle change. At this moment, even if Master Huang and Urian were to stand in front of Jianshan, they probably wouldn't be able to connect the current Jianshan with the previous Wu Yun. The difference between the two was simply too great. Jianshan first went to buy a detailed map of Phoenix City before walking to the Heavenly Wind auction house. He familiarized himself with the surroundings of the Heavenly Wind auction house before taking a stroll around the area. Although the corpses of Class 5 magical beasts were very common in large cities where experts gathered, in a place like Phoenix City, they were very precious. Jianshan guessed that the auction for Class 5 magical beasts this time wouldn't be so peaceful. Thus, he had to familiarize himself with the surroundings. If he were to encounter any unexpected situations, he would have a way to escape without being forced into a panic. For the entire afternoon, Jianshan walked around the nearby area. He didn't miss a single street or alley. When night fell, Jianshan finally returned to the inn that he had prepared beforehand. After a simple dinner, Jianshan closed himself in his room and sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes slightly closed. However, Jianshan didn't cultivate at this time. Perhaps it was because his strength had increased too quickly, or perhaps it was because he had been borrowing the energy from monster cores to cultivate, causing some problems in his body. Ever since he reached the high level of Saint Master, Jianshan gradually discovered that his control over the Saint Force in his body was no longer as smooth as before. He could no longer command it as he wished. Although the current problem wasn't too serious and didn't affect his battle prowess much, Jianshan was very clear in his heart that if this situation wasn't resolved, it would definitely have a huge impact on him in the future. Thus, during this period of time, Jianshan didn't cultivate. He was afraid that if his strength increased too quickly, it would cause this problem to worsen. If it reached a point where even he couldn't control it, then it would be very troublesome. Chapter 170. For the entire night, Jianshan sat on his bed, constantly refining the saint force in his body to ensure that he could control it like an extension of his arm. Before the hidden danger in his body was completely eliminated, Jianshan did not dare to continue cultivating. He was afraid that the hidden danger would continue to grow. The saint force in his body flowed through his meridians under Jianshan's control. As the saint force followed a fixed path through his meridians, Jianshan could clearly sense that his control over his own strength was constantly increasing. At the same time, the compatibility between the saint force and his body was slowly increasing. At the same time, Jianshan discovered that as his blood constantly flowed through his body, some of the wondrous factors in his blood began to change his body and organs at an extremely slow rate. This was the anti-poison factor he had absorbed from the silver-striped golden snake's blood. Although the anti-poison factor had already fused with Jianshan's blood a year ago, it would take a long time for it to change his body and organs. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Right now, Jianshan's body and organs only contained a very small portion of the anti-poison factor. His body of impenetrable poison was only at the initial stage. Only when all of his flesh and organs contained the anti-poison factor would his body of impenetrable poison reach the grand ascension stage. The night passed peacefully just like that. When the sun rose the next morning, the saint force that had been circulating in Jianshan's body for an entire night slowly gathered in his dantian. In the end, it formed the shape of a sword. Although it was still a little blurry, it was clearly much clearer than when Jianshan had just become a saint master. After leaving his room, Jianshan went to the first floor of the inn and casually ordered some magical beast meat before enjoying his breakfast. With his current strength, he would not feel the slightest bit hungry even if he did not eat for an entire day. However, eating 3 meals a day had gradually become a habit for Jianshan. Unless there was a special situation where he could not eat, Jianshan would not miss a single meal. Tasting delicious food was actually a form of enjoyment as well. Because it was the peak time for eating in the morning, the few tables in the inn were quickly filled. A large number of people dressed as mercenaries sat around the wooden tables in groups of 3 to 5. They loudly discussed recent events and their own experiences, causing the entire inn to become noisy. Jianshan sat at a table by himself and slowly enjoyed the dishes he had ordered. As he enjoyed the food, he listened to the mercenaries' chat. "Hey brothers, this morning, the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House sent out news that a 5th-rank magical beast will be auctioned in the annual large-scale auction in a few days." The one who spoke was a youth wearing a cyan robe. "What? A Class 5 magical beast? Oh heavens, that's a high Class 5 magical beast that's no weaker than an Earth Saint Master. How can the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House have a Class 5 magical beast? Buddy, you're not lying to me, right?" As soon as the young man finished speaking, someone immediately spoke out in disbelief. A confident smile appeared on the face of the young man in azure robes. With a sinister smile, he said, "Brothers, why don't we make a bet? If what I said is false, then I lose. If what I said is true, then I win. What do you think?" "Alright, let's make a bet. I don't believe that a Class 5 magical beast would appear in a second-class city like the Phoenix City to be auctioned." Someone immediately shouted out. "I've lived for over 30 years. Although I've heard quite a bit about Class 5 magical beasts, I've never seen one with my own eyes. Alright, I'll make a bet as well. I'll bet 2 gold coins. If the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House really does have a Class 5 magical beast up for auction, then even if I lose these 2 gold coins, it won't be a loss." Another person at the same table spoke out. The conversation at this table was quite loud, so it quickly attracted the attention of a few people who were eating nearby. Immediately, someone stood up and walked over to the table. He cupped his hands and said, "Brothers, you just said that the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House will have a Class 5 magical beast up for auction. Is this true?" Hearing this, the young man chuckled and said, "Brother, since no one believes that this matter is true, then why don't we all make a bet? Wouldn't that be more interesting?" That person slightly hesitated before finally nodding his head and agreeing, "All right, then I'll bet 5 gold coins. If the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House really does have a Class 5 magical beast up for auction, then even if I lose these 5 gold coins, it won't be a big deal. All right, I'll also make a bet. I've been in Phoenix City for 20 years and I've never seen a Class 5 magical beast up for auction. Furthermore, I've never even seen a Class 5 magical beast before. Class 5 magical beasts usually only appear in King-tier cities. They're even rarely seen in first-tier cities. For a Class 5 magical beast to be auctioned in a second-tier city like Phoenix City, this news is most likely fake. Forget it, since everyone is so interested, I'll also make a bet. This news is definitely fake. I'll also make a bet. If a Class 5 magical beast were to appear in an auction in a first-tier city, then it would be somewhat believable. However, for it to appear in a second-tier city, then that's clearly impossible. The conversation at these tables quickly attracted the attention of everyone who was eating in the restaurant. Immediately, everyone's interest in the Class 5 magical beast was greatly piqued, and they all joined in on the bet. Seeing the actions of these people in the restaurant, Jianchen, who was sitting to the side and slowly enjoying his food, bitterly smiled and shook his head. Right now, he was asking himself whether it was a wise decision to auction 2 Class 5 magical beasts in a second-tier city like Phoenix City. However, Jianchen was even more clear in his heart that if he were to auction the Class 5 magical beasts in a first-tier city or King City, he would definitely be able to sell them for a good price. However, the pressure he would face would be even greater. This was because almost all of the powerful experts were gathered in prosperous places. If someone were to cause trouble for him in those places, then it would be very difficult for him to deal with them. However, it was completely different in a second-tier city like Phoenix City. In a place like Phoenix City, Earth Saint Masters were extremely rare. Even if a great Saint Master came to cause trouble for him, he would still be able to deal with them. It was precisely because of this that Jianchen decided to auction the Class 5 magical beasts in Phoenix City. Just as the people in the restaurant were in full swing discussing the Class 5 magical beast, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly came from outside. Dong! Dong! Important news, important news! The Heavenly Wind Auction House will be auctioning 2 Class 5 magical beasts in their annual auction in 9 days. This news not only caused the people outside to become dumbstruck in an instant, but the originally noisy restaurant also became completely silent in an instant. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Chapter 171. Although there was only a difference of 1 rank between a Class 5 and a Class 4 magical beast, this difference was a qualitative change. Class 4 magical beasts were nothing in the Tianyuan continent, but Class 5 magical beasts were extremely precious. This was not only because Class 5 magical beasts were much stronger than Class 4 magical beasts, but also because Class 5 magical beasts were extremely difficult to kill or capture. 5th rank magical beasts already possessed a certain level of intelligence, and due to their innate advantage, a 5th rank magical beast's strength was generally stronger than a human of the same rank. Therefore, in a one-on-one situation, it was very difficult for a human to kill a 5th rank magical beast. Moreover, in the circle of 5th rank magical beasts, there was an unspoken rule that if they killed each other, the other 5th rank magical beasts would not interfere. However, once they encountered an invasion by a human, they would cooperate with each other and work together to resist the human. This was why 5th rank magical beasts were so rare. Hearing the sounds of gongs and drums outside, Jianchen felt extremely surprised. Although he knew that the Heavenly Phoenix auction house would definitely publicize the news of a Class 5 magical beast, he never thought that they would use such a method. The sounds of gongs and drums, as well as the crackling of firecrackers, could be heard from the streets outside. The news that the Heavenly Phoenix auction house would be holding an auction for a Class 5 magical beast spread like wildfire throughout the city. In less than half a day, almost the entire city knew that the Heavenly Phoenix auction house would be auctioning off a Class 5 magical beast. The appearance of a Rank 5 magical beast in a second-class city like Fengyang City was an extremely shocking and rare occurrence. In order to make this auction as grand as possible, the Tianfeng auction house spared no effort in promoting the news. Not only did the entire Fengyang City know about the appearance of a Rank 5 magical beast, even the people in the surrounding cities also knew about it. In a short period of time, the news that the Heavenly Phoenix auction house would be holding an auction for a Class 5 magical beast in a few days had already spread to a radius of several thousand kilometers. Not long after, various large powers and people who were interested in the Class 5 magical beast all set off towards the Phoenix City. In the center of Fengyang City there was a huge mansion quietly standing there. At the entrance of the mansion, there were 10 armored soldiers standing straight outside the tightly shut door. Their bodies did not move at all, as if they were stone sculptures. Above the entrance, there was a huge sign with the words City Lord's Mansion written on it. Each word was bold and powerful. Just these 3 words alone gave people a sense of pressure. This mansion was the City Lord's Mansion of the Phoenix City. At this moment, in an elegant garden within the City Lord's Mansion, a middle-aged man wearing a white robe was practicing martial arts with a large blade in his hand. His movements were incomparably fast as he quickly moved back and forth in the garden. The large blade in his hand had already been swung around by him, creating afterimages that densely covered the space in front of him. It was impossible to pinpoint the exact location of the blade. Powerful and vigorous saint force was emitted, causing the space in front of him to slightly distort. At this moment, an old man who looked like a housekeeper quickly walked in from outside. Looking at the middle-aged man practicing martial arts in the garden, he said, "City Lord, we just received news that the Heavenly Phoenix auction house will be auctioning off 2 Class 5 magical beasts in this year's large-scale auction." "What? Class 5 magical beasts?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man who was practicing martial arts in the garden suddenly stopped what he was doing. Turning his head, he looked at the housekeeper with a face full of shock and said, "Housekeeper Ching, what did you just say?" The housekeeper repeated what he had said before. After hearing this, the middle-aged man's face became even more shocked. There was a faint trace of disbelief on his face as he said with a tone full of disbelief, "Housekeeper Ching, the Heavenly Phoenix auction house will be auctioning off 2 Class 5 magical beasts. Is this true?" "City Lord, this news was spread by the Heavenly Phoenix auction house. Moreover, this old man also went to the Heavenly Phoenix auction house. This old man personally went to the Heavenly Phoenix auction house to confirm this matter. This matter is absolutely true," the housekeeper said with a firm tone. "In these past few decades, Class 5 magical beasts have only appeared in our Phoenix City 2 or 3 times. But this time they are actually auctioning them off. This is the first time in these past few decades that we have seen such a thing." The middle-aged man frowned as he pondered for a moment before continuing to ask, "Housekeeper Ching, do you know who made these 2 Class 5 magical beasts? They actually brought such precious things to our Phoenix City to be auctioned off. This matter is a little strange." This old man does not know. The middle-aged man had already expected the old man's answer. There was not the slightest trace of dissatisfaction on his face. After muttering to himself for a moment, he said, "Housekeeper Ching, go and invite the owner of the Heavenly Phoenix auction house, Zhou Tian, to our residence as a guest." "Yes, City Lord." In a house in Phoenix City, An old man was sitting in a bookish study room, reading a book in his hand. At this moment, there was a knock on the door from outside. Hearing this, the old man frowned slightly and said with dissatisfaction, "Who is it? Didn't I say not to disturb me when I am reading? Father, it's your son. Your son has an important matter to report to you. Come in." The door opened and a middle-aged man dressed in black walked in. "Father, I just received news that the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House will be auctioning off 2 Class 5 magical beasts this year." "What? Class 5 magical beasts?" Hearing this, the old man was slightly shocked and immediately put down the book in his hand. He turned his head to look at the middle-aged man standing in front of the desk and said in a deep voice, Is this true? Your son personally went to the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House to inquire, and it is absolutely true." The middle-aged man slightly lowered his head and said with certainty, "Class 5 magical beasts are extremely rare in a second-class city. Where did the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House get Class 5 magical beasts?" The old man softly muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he looked at the middle-aged man and asked again, "Do you know if the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House is auctioning off a Class 5 magical beasts monster core or a Class 5 magical beasts infant? Or should I say, is it just a Class 5 magical beasts corpse?" Your son does not know. The Heavenly Phoenix Auction House is very strict about this kind of information. Furthermore, only a few of the upper echelons know about it. Your son was unable to obtain any more information from them. Immediately go and investigate," the old man immediately ordered. Yes. The news of a Class 5 magical beast not only attracted many people to come to Phoenix City to observe, it also attracted the attention of various large powers. In the next few days, there was an endless stream of people rushing to Fengyang City from all directions, causing the number of people staying in Fengyang City to increase rapidly. Very soon, all the inns and restaurants in the city were full. As the number of people staying in the inns increased rapidly, the price of the inns also skyrocketed. Very soon, it had risen to 10 times the usual price. At the same time, the security of Phoenix City was extremely tight these few days. Groups of armored soldiers could be seen patrolling the street. Chapter 172. Right now, Fengyang City could be said to be filled with all kinds of people. Because of the news of Class 5 magical beasts, not only did it attract the local powers of Fengyang City, it even attracted a lot of foreign powers. At the same time, the surroundings of the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House became strange. Almost every day, there would be people dressed in all kinds of clothes lingering around the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House. Their eyes would constantly scan the people entering and exiting the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House. Although the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House had kept a tight lid on the information regarding Class 5 magical beasts, there was no way they could hide the truth forever. Under the all-pervasive investigation of the various major powers, they were finally able to obtain more specific information regarding the Class 5 magical beasts and the origins of the 2 Class 5 magical beasts on the day before the auction. 2 Class 5 magical beast corpses that had lost their monster cores and a mysterious outsider whose strength was unknown. He was definitely not an Earth Saint Master. This was the information that the various powers found. Even though the results were not satisfactory, it did not reduce their interest in the Class 5 magical beasts at all. In a restaurant in Fengyang City, several middle-aged men were gathered in a small room. "Investigate. Order everyone to go and investigate. We must find out who the person who auctioned off the 2 Class 5 magical beasts is. The 2 Class 5 monster cores are definitely on him. Also, that person will definitely appear in tomorrow's auction. Tell people to pay close attention to anyone who enters or exits the auction house." A middle-aged man wearing a white robe ordered in a low voice. In a luxurious manner in Fengyang City, in the discussion hall, a middle-aged man with a dignified face sat at the head of the table. He looked down at the middle-aged men and old men sitting below him and said in a deep voice, "We've already found out about the Class 5 magical beasts. Even though it's just 2 corpses without monster cores, their value is still very high. It's said that eating the flesh of Class 5 magical beasts can not only greatly strengthen one's physique and slightly increase one's saint force, but the essence, blood and organs of the Class 5 magical beasts can also increase one's chances of breaking through to the Earth Saint Master realm. Therefore, in tomorrow's auction, we must try our best to get the 2 Class 5 magical beasts. Even if we can't get both, we must at least get one of them. In addition, the 2 Class 5 monster cores must still be on that person's body. The value of a Class 5 monster core is even more precious than a Class 5 magical beast's core. This is something that's rarely seen in Fengyang City in the past few decades. Therefore, our Huangpu clan must obtain these 2 Class 5 monster cores. Tomorrow, send more people to make arrangement. We must find out just who auctioned the Class 5 magical beasts. Patriarch, although the news says that the person who auctioned the Class 5 magical beasts isn't very strong, he was able to obtain 2 Class 5 magical beasts' corpses. This in itself shows that he's not simple. I'm guessing that there might be a powerful expert supporting him from behind. A white-haired old man sitting below cupped his hands and said, "Impossible." The middle-aged man at the head of the table immediately denied this and said, "The news we've received is very clear. These 2 Class 5 magical beasts killed each other and in the end, they were taken advantage of by someone else. Moreover, from the wounds where their monster cores were taken out, that person's strength isn't very strong. Therefore, everyone's worries are completely unnecessary. Patriarch is wise." This old man was muddle-headed. The old man cupped his hands and then sat down again. "All right, time is of the essence now. Next, let's discuss tomorrow's arrangements." In the pitch-black night, Fengyang City appeared to be very quiet. Only groups of patrolling soldiers were constantly shuttling through the various streets and alleys. Currently, Fengyang City had gathered various powers from various places, causing the entire city to become a mixed bag of crooks and honest people. The city lord of Fengyang City had no choice but to send a group of soldiers to patrol through the night to ensure the safety of the entire city. In various places within Fengyang City, different low voices of discussion and orders could be heard. However, all of these voices were related to the Class 5 magical beasts and the mysterious person who auctioned them off. The night passed very quickly. When the first light of dawn had just risen in the distant horizon in the east, the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House, which was located in the center of Fengyang City, had already opened its doors. Outside the doors, there were already lanterns and colored banners. Many auction house employees were busy outside. Even further away, there were many people dressed in different attire waiting for the auction to begin. Today was the day of the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House's annual large-scale auction. In the past, the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House would be the most lively day of the year. Today, the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House would be auctioning off Class 5 magical beasts that were rarely seen. Therefore, this year's auction was much more lively than before. Thus, there were many people waiting outside the auction house even before dawn. After dawn, the sun had just risen. When the sun emitted a fiery red radiance as it slowly rose from the distant horizon, more and more people had gathered outside of the Heavenly Phoenix Auction House in Phoenix Sun City. They had already blocked off several nearby streets, making it difficult for the carriages and caravans to move even a single step. A large number of people had been waiting here for about 2 hours. Along with the deafening sounds of gongs and drums and a series of firecrackers, this year's annual large-scale auction had finally officially begun. However, not just anyone could participate in this year's auction. In the past, every time the auction opened, there would be a ticket fee, and this year was no exception. However, perhaps because of the Class 5 magical beast, the ticket fee this year was especially expensive. The original price of 5 gold coins had risen to 50 gold coins, which was 10 times the original price. Although the actions of the Heavenly Phoenix auction house had caused many people to be dissatisfied, it still couldn't stop those who had a lot of money in their pocket. Moreover, the actions of the Heavenly Phoenix auction house had also eliminated some people who were only here to watch the fun and not buy anything, leaving enough space for those who were extremely interested in the 5th-rank magical beast. As the doors to the interior of the auction house officially opened, the people who had been waiting outside for a long time held onto their tickets and entered one after another. Jianchen had also returned to his appearance as the middle-aged man who had entered the Heavenly Phoenix auction house last time. He blended into the crowd and followed the flow of people as he slowly walked into the auction house. Chapter 173. The space was divided into 2 levels. The upper level was also filled with seats, and the total number of seats on both levels exceeded 10,000. There were also several dozen VIP rooms on the edges. The VIP rooms were isolated from the outside by a special kind of glass, so the scene outside could be clearly seen from the inside. However, from the outside it was impossible to see the situation inside the room. In front of him was a 2-meter-tall booth. The auction items would also be displayed on the booth, but at this moment, the booth was covered by a huge red cloth, so the situation inside could not be seen at all. Jianchen found an inconspicuous and remote seat and sat down. He then quietly waited for the auction to begin. Around him, people continuously walked over and sat down. After about 2 hours, there were no empty seats left in the huge auction house. Moreover, there were still many people standing and crowding in the empty space at the very back. When everyone was seated, 2 brilliant fireworks suddenly shot out from the ground in front of them. Immediately, the huge red cloth that covered the entire booth began to slowly rise. As the red cloth rose, the scene hidden behind it slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. An old man in his 60s stood straight on the auction stage. In front of him was a dark red wooden table. The old man looked around and cleared his throat. He then loudly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Heavenly Phoenix Auction House's annual auction. This old man is Gurong. This time, I will be the host of the auction. I hope that everyone will be able to find something they like in this auction." The old man paused for a moment before continuing. This year's auction will be the most intense and the most lively one since the establishment of our Heavenly Phoenix auction house. This is because in this year's auction, our auction house will be displaying 2 extremely precious items for public auction. As for what those items are, I believe that many of you already know. This old man will not waste time here. Alright, I now announce that the auction officially begins. I never thought that the host of the auction would actually have the strength of a Saint Master. Looking at the old man on the booth, Jianchen inwardly muttered. The old man's words were completely shouted with saint force, so in this huge space, almost everyone could hear him. Following the old man's order, over 10 half-naked men walked out from behind the booth. They scattered around the booth and swept their sharp gazes across the crowd below. They were clearly guarding against people with ill intentions. Immediately after, a young and beautiful woman in revealing clothes slowly walked out from behind the booth. She held a tray covered by a red cloth high above her head and walked with nimble and small steps to the front of the host. She then squatted down and carefully placed the tray in her hands on the table in front of the host. "Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the auction of the first item. Just what is this item covered by a red cloth? Let me show it to everyone." As he spoke, the host reached out and removed the red cloth, revealing a jade bottle that was half the size of a palm. The first item to be auctioned is the 100 Grass Divine Effect Pill. I believe that everyone present is familiar with the 100 Grass Divine Effect Pill. In the area of healing, it is a rare medicine. With the 100 Grass Divine Effect Pill, it is equivalent to having an additional layer of protection. This bottle has a total of 500 Grass Divine Pills. The starting price is 10 purple crystal coins. Every increment must not be less than 1 purple crystal coin. The auction will now begin. 11 purple crystal coins. 12 purple crystal coins. 13 purple crystal coins. 15 purple crystal coins. As soon as the host finished speaking, the crowd below began to fight fiercely. The 100 Herbs Divine Efficacy Pill had an extremely good healing effect. Regardless of whether it was external injuries or internal injuries, once the 100 Herbs Divine Efficacy Pill was consumed, the injuries would quickly stabilize and heal. Although the effect was not as miraculous as the Radiant Saint Force, it was still popular among many people. This was because Radiant Saint Masters were extremely rare on the Tian Yuan continent. Their status was extremely high as well. Only a few large organizations and clans had the ability to hire Radiant Saint Masters to serve them for a long time. This was why healing medicines were still very popular on the Tian Yuan continent. The higher the quality of the medicine, the higher the price. Jianshan sat there quietly as he watched the people fighting over the 100 Grass Divine Pill. A faint smile appeared on his face. Although the 100 Grass Divine Pill was very effective in healing, it was completely useless to him who could control Radiant Saint Force. After a round of fighting, the 100 Grass Divine Pill was finally purchased by someone for the high price of 28 purple crystal coins. Afterwards, items were brought up for auction one after another. There were many strange items and rare treasures. However, there was nothing that caught Jianshan's interest. Very soon it was noon. At this time, the attendants of the auction house delivered lunch to everyone who participated in the auction. However, the auction did not stop because of this. Instead, it continued. As the strange items and rare treasures were auctioned off one by one, the auction reached its final moments very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, the following items will be the last 2 items of this auction. They are also the items that everyone is most interested in. At this point, the host's tone suddenly paused. He glanced around and found that everyone was in high spirit. They were all staring at the booth attentively. The host smiled and said, "I think everyone has been looking forward to the last few items for a long time. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more time. Men, bring the items up." As soon as the host finished speaking, a few burly men walked out from the back with a stretcher. With their appearance, almost everyone's gazes gathered on the stretcher. The stretcher was covered by a layer of wide black cloth, making it impossible to see what was inside. However, from the protruding part, everyone could guess what was inside. Chapter 174. At that moment, the gazes of over 10,000 people gathered on the stretcher covered by the black cloth. Class 5 Magical Beast. Even though it was only a corpse, it still attracted the attention of so many people. Many of them understood that this was probably the only time in their lives that they would see a Class 5 Magical Beast. After all, Class 5 Magical Beasts were not like Earth Saint Masters. They could be casually seen in a few bustling cities. There were even Earth Saint Masters in a few large organizations and sections. However, Class 5 Magical Beasts were different from humans. They usually stayed in their own territories and rarely ventured outside. Even if they did, it would be very difficult for those who had seen them to survive. As a result, Class 5 Magical Beasts were not something that the weak could see. When the host lifted the black cloth that covered the stretcher, the thing hidden under the black cloth finally appeared before the eyes of the tens of thousands of people who were looking forward to seeing it. It was a pitch-black magical beast the size of an ox. A few people with exceptional eyesight or those who were close enough could even clearly see a pair of short black wings on the back of the magical beast. The magical beast silently laid on the stretcher without moving at all. Its body was 4 to 5 meters long, making it seem like a small mountain. Is this a Class 5 magical beast? A Class 5 magical beast actually looks like this. It doesn't seem much different from a Class 1 or Class 2 magical beast. I've finally seen a Class 5 magical beast today. This trip has been worth it. These 50 gold coins were well spent. It really is the corpse of a Class 5 magical beast. It looks like it should be a winged god bull, along with the appearance of the corpse of the 5th rank magical beast. The originally silent auction hall was instantly filled with a large number of buzzing sounds. Everyone's eyes were gathered on the corpse of the 5th rank magical beast on the display stage, and the sound of discussions and exclamations did not stop. Among them, many had lived for dozens of years, and today was the first time they had seen a 5th rank magical beast. Although it was only a corpse, it made them feel satisfied. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a coughing sound spread throughout the auction venue. Following this coughing sound, the noisy auction venue gradually quieted down. The auctioneer on the stage smiled at the tens of thousands of people participating in the auction. He loudly announced, "Everyone, the corpse of the magical beast before me is the Class 5 winged godbull. Even though it has lost its monster core, it's still extremely valuable. I'm sure everyone knows that if you eat the meat of a Class 5 magical beast over a long period of time, not only will it strengthen your body, even your saint force will increase slightly. Moreover, it's said that it can even increase your chances of breaking through to Earth Saint Master." The originally quiet auction venue once again became noisy after hearing the last sentence of the auctioneer. Everyone's eyes were heated as they stared at the rank 5 magical beast's corpse on the stage. Their hearts were filled with desire and greed. On the Tianyuan continent, there was indeed a rumor that if one ate the meat of Class 5 magical beasts over a long period of time, it could increase the chances of a great Saint Master breaking through to Earth Saint Master. Earth Saint Master. It was a simple phrase, but in the eyes of the tens of thousands of great Saint Masters on the Tianyuan continent, it was unreachable. Although there was only a single step between Earth Saint Master and Great Saint Master, this single step had blocked the path of countless people. On the Tianyuan continent, who knew how many people had lost their lives trying to break through to Earth Saint Master. This was because the only way to break through from Great Saint Master to Earth Saint Master was to shatter the Saint weapon in one's body into powder and absorb a large amount of energy to refine the powder one by one. Only by doing this could one be considered to have successfully broken through to Earth Saint Master. However, the Saint weapon was everyone's Saint weapon. Once it was damaged, the owner would be injured as well. Once the Saint weapon was shattered, there would only be two outcomes. The best outcome would be losing all of one's Saint force and becoming a cripple who could no longer cultivate. The worst outcome would be directly losing one's life. As a result, less than 1% of the people on the Tianyuan continent could successfully break through to Earth Saint Master. Once they failed, they would either become a cripple or die. Just this single step had blocked the path of countless great Saint Masters. There were even quite a few great Saint Masters who were unwilling to take the risk and would rather remain at the same level of cultivation until they died of old age. As a result, the small chance of breaking through to Earth Saint Master from eating the flesh of a Class 5 magical beast moved everyone present. At this moment, the auctioneer's loud voice rang out once more. "Now, we will be auctioning off the corpse of the Class 5 Heavenly Winged Bull. The starting price is 5,000 purple crystal coins, and each increment must be no less than 100 purple crystal coins. I'll bid 6,000 purple crystal coins." As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone from a VIP room immediately made a bid. 6,500 purple crystal coins. Another voice rang out from the VIP room. 6,600 purple crystal coins, 6,700 purple crystal coins, 7,000 purple crystal coins. Throughout the auction venue, shocking bids came from the VIP rooms one after another. At this time, no one in the auction venue could get a word in edgewise. Wanting to bid for a Class 5 magical beast was not something that could be done with just money. At the same time, one needed to have a certain level of strength. Otherwise, the Class 5 magical beast would probably be snatched away as soon as it left the auction house. As a result, The people who were bidding for the Class 5 magical beast all had a certain level of strength. They were not worried about it being snatched away from them. 8,000 purple crystal coins. The bidding for the Class 5 magical beast was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, the price had shot up to 8,000 purple crystal coins. Moreover, the rising momentum showed no signs of stopping. 8,500 purple crystal coins. This Class 5 magical beast's corpse is ours for sure. Anyone who dares to compete for it will become an enemy of the Yulan clan. A deep voice rang out from a VIP room. The voice was filled with arrogance. Clearly, the owner of the voice was determined to obtain the Class 5 magical beast's corpse. The Yulan clan? Could it be the Yulan clan from Flaming Cloud City? It's actually the Yulan clan. The Yulan clan is the #1 clan in Flaming Cloud City. They are extremely powerful. Even the city lord of Flaming Cloud City treats the Yulan clan with respect. I didn't expect them to participate as well. Hearing the words Yulan family, the auction hall was instantly filled with a buzz of discussion. Even though the Yulan family was not a local power in Phoenix Sun City, they were still very powerful and had quite a bit of influence in the nearby area. Haha, people of the Yulan clan, you can't say that. This is an auction house. No matter what the item is, it will be won by the highest bidder. Our Harito clan is bidding 10,000 purple crystal coins. This Class 5 magical beast's corpse is ours for sure. Just as the person from the Yulan clan finished speaking, a slightly aged voice rang out from the VIP room opposite them. Harito clan? Isn't that a power from Yellow Earth City? Yellow Earth City is 1,000 li away from Phoenix City. I didn't expect them to come as well. The Harito clan is extremely low-key. Although they aren't even in the top 10 of Yellow Earth City, no power dares to offend them. Even the biggest clan in Yellow Earth City, the Bai clan, doesn't dare to underestimate the Harito clan. That's right. I remember that a few years ago, the #1 clan of Yellow Earth City, the Bai clan, had a profligate son who offended the little princess of the Harito clan. In the end, he was beaten up by the little princess' personal guards. After that, the Bai clan didn't even dare to fart. It is said that the Harito clan is the most powerful clan in Yellow Earth City. It's just that they are extremely low-key and don't reveal themselves. There are even some people who don't know of the Harito clan. As soon as the Harito family's words fell, the entire auction hall was filled with a buzz of discussion. For a long time, no one made a bid. Even the Yulan family, who had been determined to obtain this Class 5 magical beast, had suddenly become mute. Yellow Earth City, Harito clan. Genshin's heart stirred as he instantly memorized this clan. From the current situation, he could tell that the Harito clan wasn't simple. After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man's voice finally sounded from a private room. Haha, I didn't think that even the Harito clan would be so interested in this Class 5 magical beast. Since that's the case, then our Muda clan will not participate in the fight for this magical beast. I hope that the Harito clan will let us have the next Class 5 magical beast. Hee, of course, one magic beast is enough for our Harlador clan. As for the remaining one, we will not participate in the contest. A slightly aged voice rang out from the Harlador clan with a faint smile on his face. Since that's the case, then our Flowing Cloud Sword Pavilion will also give the Harito clan some face and give up on this Class 5 magical beast. Our Yang Gate will also give up on this Class 5 magical beast's corpse. Following the Harito clan's declaration, all the powerful factions gave the Harito clan some face and gave up on competing for this Class 5 magical beast. Haha, on behalf of the Harito clan, this old man thanks everyone for going easy on us. The old voice from the Harito clan said with a faint smile. Soon after, the Heavenly Winged Divine Bull's corpse was successfully purchased by the Harito clan for 10,000 purple crystal coins. Now we will begin the auction for the second Class 5 magical beast's corpse. Men, bring it up. Following the auctioneer's words, another stretcher was brought up. This stretcher was also covered by a large black cloth. This time, the auctioneer didn't waste any time. He directly lifted the black cloth and said, "This magical beast is also a Class 5 magical beast, the Quick Cloud beast. At the same time, it is also the last item in this auction. The rules are the same as last time. The starting price is 5,000 purple crystal coins, and each increase must not be less than 100 purple crystal coins." Following the auctioneer's words, terrifying numbers were once again announced from the various boxes. Perhaps it was because this was the last Class 5 magical beast, but the competition this time was much more intense than before. Very soon, the price had risen from 5,000 purple crystal coins to 15,000 purple crystal coins. 16,000 purple crystal coins, 17,000 purple crystal coins, 20,000 purple crystal coins. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the price of the Quick Cloud beast had risen to a terrifying 20,000 purple crystal coins. Moreover, there were still quite a few factions competing for it. Hearing the constantly rising price, Jianchen couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. Although the first Class 5 magical beast's corpse had only been sold for 10,000 purple crystal coins, which was a bit low, the second magical beast in front of him could probably make up for the first magical beast's low price. My Muda clan bids 22,000 purple crystal coins, my Yulan clan bids 23,000 purple crystal coins, my Jaloa clan bids 23,000 purple crystal coins, the Streamcloud Sword Pavilion bids 24,000 purple crystal coins, my Yang sect bids 25,000 purple crystal coins, my Black Cloud sect bids 26,000 purple crystal coins. The bids were incessant. This was the last Class 5 magical beast's corpse, and the various factions were fiercely competing for it. Everyone was increasing the price by 1,000 purple crystal coins. Very soon, the price of this Class 5 magical beast's corpse had risen to 40,000 purple crystal coins. The Yulan clan bids 45,000 purple crystal coins. Following the Yulan clan's bid of 45,000 purple crystal coins, the entire auction house immediately quieted down. Only the heavy breathing of countless people could be heard. 45,000 purple crystal coins had already exceeded the limit of what some factions could bear. Although Class 5 magical beasts' corpses were rare, they could still be seen in some large cities. This price had already exceeded the value of a Class 5 magical beast. After all, the Quick Cloud beast was only an ordinary Class 5 magical beast, and not an exotic species like the golden-striped silver snake. After a moment of silence, the originally lively auction house was finally broken by a voice. My Muda clan bids 46,000 purple crystal coins. The Muda clan had once again surpassed the Yulan clan in terms of price. Bang! Just as the Muda clan's voice faded, a dull sound suddenly came from the box belonging to the Yulan clan. In the VIP box of the Yulan clan, there were a total of 5 middle-aged men and an old man. A middle-aged man wearing a white robe heavily slammed his fist on the incense-wood table in front of him, smashing a hole in it. The Muda clan actually dares to make things difficult for my Yulan clan. Very well, I will make you regret this. The middle-aged man wearing the white robe had a sullen expression as he gnashed his teeth and spoke. As for the other people, their expressions weren't very good either. If this continues, I'm afraid that the price of this Class 5 magical beast will rise to a level that even we won't be able to bear. The old man's expression was somewhat gloomy as he spoke. Other than this, what else can we do? This Class 5 magical beast has attracted many people. Right now, the factions that are still competing for it aren't any weaker than our Yulan clan. The middle-aged man wearing the white robe spoke somewhat angrily. The Flowing Cloud Sword Pavilion bids 47,000 purple crystal coins. Just at this moment, another bid was heard. Seeing the price rising higher and higher, the expressions of the Yulan clan members became increasingly unsightly. Chapter 175. 50,000 purple crystal coins. This Yulan clan is truly worthy of being the #1 clan in Flaming Cloud City. They are truly wealthy. This Yulan clan is truly wealthy. They are actually willing to pay 50,000 purple crystal coins for the corpse of a Class 5 magical beast. This seems to have exceeded the value of a Class 5 magical beast. Following the Yulan clan's second bid, the auction hall was immediately filled with a buzz of discussion. Jianchen, who was seated among the crowd, also revealed a surprised expression. Although a Class 5 magical beast was precious, there was still an upper limit to its price. 50,000 purple crystal coins had indeed exceeded the price it was worth. In the box of the Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion, a few people in white robes sat with serious expressions. There were a total of 8 of them. Aside from 2 handsome youths who seemed to be in their 20s and a beautiful young lady, the other 5 were middle-aged men. The beautiful young lady who seemed to be in her 20s said, "This Yulan clan is truly determined to obtain this Class 5 magical beast's corpse. The price is already increasing. If this continues, even if our Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion is able to successfully obtain this Class 5 magical beast, we will have to pay an extremely high price in terms of money." The young lady's voice was like a yellow spirit bird, extremely pleasant to the ears. It's said that the old patriarch of the Yulan clan is preparing to break through to Earth Saint Master. With the help of this Class 5 magical beast's corpse, his chances of success will increase by a lot, even though it won't be 100%. "This Class 5 magical beast is indeed very important to them," said a middle-aged man. "My master has already been stuck at the peak of Great Saint Master for more than 10 years. It's because he can't guarantee that he will be able to successfully break through to the Earth Saint Master realm. If we obtain this Class 5 magical beast's corpse, my master might be able to successfully break through to the Earth Saint Master realm. Once my master successfully breaks through to the Earth Saint Master realm, the strength of our Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion will increase by several levels." The person who spoke was a young man who seemed to be in his 20s. When his master was mentioned, a trace of pride appeared on his face. This was because his master was the pavilion master of the Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion. A middle-aged man in a white robe said, "That's right. We have to do our best to get this Class 5 magical beast's corpse. Although it's easier to find Class 5 magical beasts' corpses in some king cities, we're very far away from any king cities. Moreover, the road isn't very peaceful. Even if we buy it, it'll be very difficult to transport it back from the king cities. If we don't handle it well, we might even be robbed on the road. So right now, this Class 5 magical beast is the safest choice." With that, the middle-aged man in white robes. And the middle-aged man in white robes. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding his head. He raised his voice. "My Drifting Cloud Sword Pavilion bids 55,000 purple crystal coins." As soon as his voice fell, a series of low and deep exclamations came from the auction venue again. However, not long after the exclamation, another angry roar was heard from the opposite room. "The Yulan clan bids 60,000 purple crystal coins." Hearing the Yulan clan's bid, the expressions of the people in the Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion's box turned unsightly. 65,000 purple crystal coins. After a moment of silence, the Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master made another bid. Currently, many major powers had already withdrawn from the contest for the Class 5 magical beast. Only the Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion and the Yulan clan were still unwilling to give up. Bam! The sound of a table and chair shattering could be heard from the Yulan clan's box. Clearly, the Yulan clan was truly angered by the Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion. Because of this sudden sound, the entire auction hall fell silent. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the Yulan clan's box. "Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion, this Class 5 magical beast is very important to our Yulan clan. Can't you give it to our Yulan clan? After this, our Yulan clan will definitely reward you handsomely." An aged voice sounded from the Yulan clan's box. The anger contained in that voice couldn't be concealed. "My apologies. Our Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion also needs the corpse of this Class 5 magical beast. As long as you can suppress us in terms of price, we will naturally give up." As soon as the aged voice sounded, a vigorous voice sounded from the Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion's box. It wasn't hard to tell that the person who spoke was the Vice Pavilion Master of the Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion. "All right, Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion, our Yulan clan will remember you. 70,000 purple crystal coins." The Yulan clan was practically gnashing their teeth as they made the bid. This time, the Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion didn't make another bid. After waiting for a few breaths of time, the auctioneer standing on the stage finally spoke. "The Yulan clan bids 70,000 purple crystal coins for the corpse of the Class 5 magical beast, Quick Cloud Beast. Are there any higher bids?" Even though there were over 10,000 people seated in the auction hall, it was completely silent at this moment. After waiting for a moment, the auctioneer saw that no one else made another bid. Thus, he raised his voice once again. "Yulan clan, 70,000 purple crystal coins going once." Within the Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion's box. Vice Pavilion Master, although the Yulan clan's influence in Flaming Cloud City is strong, our Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion isn't any weaker than them. Are we really going to give up on this Class 5 magical beast? The Phoenix Sun City isn't too far away from our Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion. It's much safer to transport the Class 5 magical beast back from here. This is a rare opportunity for us. A middle-aged man spoke. Sigh. Hearing this, the Vice Pavilion Master sighed and said, "We aren't afraid of the Yulan clan. It's just that the value of a Class 5 magical beast has already exceeded our bottom line. Our Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion doesn't have the financial backing of the Yulan clan. With the current high price, even if we successfully obtain the Class 5 magical beast, our Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion's financial resources will definitely be depleted. This is extremely disadvantageous for us. Are we really going to give up just like this? This is such a good opportunity," a young man said with an unwilling expression. "We can only give up now. Furthermore, even if we purchase the corpse of the Class 5 magical beast, it's hard to say if the Pavilion Master will be able to successfully break through to the Earth Saint Master level with its help. If the breakthrough fails, it will be a huge loss for our Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion. We can't bear the consequences," the Vice Pavilion Master said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the others silently nodded their heads. How difficult was it to break through from Great Saint Master to Earth Saint Master? Even with the help of a Class 5 magical beast, there was no guarantee of success. If they failed, they would either become a cripple or lose their lives. Yulan clan, 70,000 purple crystal coins going twice. Is there any higher bids? Yulan clan, 70,000 purple crystal coins going. Chapter 176. I bid 100,000 purple crystal coins. A deep voice suddenly sounded from the auction hall. Although the voice wasn't loud, it still spread throughout the auction hall. Hearing the bid of 100,000 purple crystal coins, everyone in the auction hall was stunned. Not only them, but even the people in the Yulan family's box were dumbfounded. 100,000 purple crystal coins, although a 5th-rank magical beast was precious, it wasn't priceless. 70,000 purple crystal coins was already a very high price. 100,000 purple crystal coins was far more than a 5th-rank magical beast should be worth. Following the bid of 100,000 purple crystal coins, the entire auction hall became dead silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. Only the heavy breathing of tens of thousands of people could be heard. Jianchen, who was sitting in an inconspicuous corner, was also shocked by this voice. However, his heart was filled with excitement. As the seller, he naturally hoped that his item would sell for as high a price as possible. However, this time, the price had risen from 70,000 purple crystal coins to 100,000 purple crystal coins. This really surprised Jianchen. Furthermore, what surprised Jianchen the most was that the voice didn't come from the VIP box, but from a place not far from him. Jianchen turned his head slightly and looked in the direction of the voice. In the end, his gaze fell on a person wearing a long gray robe. That person was an old man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. His long black hair was coiled around his head like a flower bud, and there were some wrinkles on his old face. After a moment of silence, the entire auction venue broke out into a noisy discussion. Everyone couldn't help but look at the source of the sound. However, only a few people were able to capture the location of the person who made the bid based on the sound they just heard. The auctioneer standing on the stage was also shocked by this high price. After being stunned for a moment, he regained his senses. With an excited expression, he shouted with a trembling voice, 100,000 purple crystal coins. 100,000 purple crystal coins. Someone has bid 100,000 purple crystal coins. Are there any higher bids? In the private room of the Yulan family, the faces of several members of the Yulan family had turned ashen. However, no one said a word because even they were shocked by the high price. 100,000 purple crystal coins going once. Are there any higher bids? 100,000 purple crystal coins going twice, 100,000 purple crystal coins going thrice, sold. As the auctioneer fiercely pounded the wooden mallet in his hand, the second-class magical beast, the Quick Cloud Beast, was finally bought by someone for the high price of 100,000 purple crystal coins. Alright, this year's auction has officially come to an end. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. We will meet again on this day next year. Now, all the guests who have won their bids, please head to the backstage to collect your items. The host, Gurong, had a brilliant smile on his face. He had been hosting auctions in the Heavenly Phoenix auction house for dozens of years, and this year's auction was the grandest one he had ever hosted. This was because an item worth 100,000 purple crystal coins had been auctioned off by him. To an auctioneer like him, this was definitely a supreme honor. After the auction ended, the people who had won their bids left their seats and headed to the backstage to pay the corresponding amount of money to exchange for the items they had won. After a slight hesitation, Jianchen also stood up and headed to the backstage of the auction house. He also had to go to the backstage to collect the money he had won from the two-class magical beasts. When Jianchen arrived at the backstage of the auction house, there were already quite a few people gathered there. This was the place where the people who had won their bids could collect their money. More than 100 people consciously lined up here, holding a small token that was specially issued by the auction house as they waited quietly. Mr. Wu Yun, our manager Yulian is waiting for you in the guest room. Please follow me. At this moment, a slightly aged voice sounded beside Jianchen. The appraiser of the Heavenly Phoenix auction house, old Mr. Huang, was standing beside Jianchen and speaking in a low voice. Because Jianchen's appearance was still that of a middle-aged man, old Mr. Huang was able to recognize him at a glance. And then I'll have to trouble old Mr. Huang to lead the way. Jianchen smiled and said politely. Old Mr. Huang did not waste any more words and turned around to walk inside. Jianchen also followed closely behind old Mr. Huang. However, just as Jianchen took a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned his head slightly to look at the small door he had just entered from. He saw two people wearing gray robes walking side by side as they slowly walked out from the small door. Of the two people, one was an old man and the other was a middle-aged man. The old man was the one who had bid a high price of 100,000 purple crystal coins for the corpse of the Class 5 magical beast, Swift Cloud Beast. Two distinguished guests, please follow me. Just as the two of them appeared, a waiter immediately went up to greet them. Lead the way, the old man said indifferently. Following that, he followed the waiter and walked towards the stairs leading to the second floor. Wait! At this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. As soon as the voice sounded, several middle-aged men aggressively ran in from the small door and surrounded the two people in gray robes. This scene attracted the attention of all the people handling the transaction. Immediately, everyone turned their heads and looked at the scene with interest, as if they were waiting to see a good show. However, the waiter's expression did not change. This was not the first time he had seen such a scene. He tried to persuade them, "Sirs, this is the Heavenly Phoenix auction house. Get lost." However, before the waiter could finish his words, he was fiercely pushed away by a man. The powerful force on his arm directly pushed the waiter's body back more than 10 meters, and finally, with a bang, the waiter fiercely slammed into the wall. His head made intimate contact with the hard wall, causing the waiter to faint on the spot. Traces of blood were left on the wall. Seeing this scene, Jianshan's expression changed slightly. A trace of strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. He obviously could not stand the rude and unreasonable behavior of these people. However, he did not lose his reason and rush up on the spot because he also knew that his current situation was not very optimistic. There must be many people asking about the Class 5 Magical Beast Core. Chapter 177. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the surrounding people were shocked. They looked at the gray-robed elder in astonishment. They had never imagined that the person who had spent 100,000 purple crystal coins to purchase the corpse of a Class 5 magical beast would actually be this ordinary-looking elder. The gray-robed elder revealed a cold smile and said, "That's right, I was the one who purchased it." The elder's tone was very calm. Hearing this, a trace of joy appeared in the eyes of the middle-aged man who spoke. He then sized up the ordinary-looking old man before him and sneered, "Very good. You actually dare to go against our Yulan family. You must be tired of living. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over the Class 5 demonic beast. Otherwise, you'll have a good time." It's actually someone from the Yulan family. This Yulan family is really arrogant. They actually dared to do such a thing in front of so many people in the auction house. Seeing the arrogant appearance of the Yulan family members, Jianshan, who was standing in the distance, frowned slightly. The gray-robed old man and the middle-aged man beside him exchanged glances. A cold smile appeared on their faces at the same time. Following which, the old man's seemingly ordinary soul gradually turned sharp. He stared straight at the middle-aged man who had just spoken and sneered, "What does the Yulan clan amount to? Get out of my way. You're courting death. It seems that if I don't show you some power, you old thing won't listen to me obediently." The Yulan family members were instantly enraged. Following which, the middle-aged man stretched out his hand at lightning speed and grabbed the elder's neck. However, just as the middle-aged man's hand was halfway out, he suddenly felt his vision blur. Following which, he felt his neck tighten. He saw an old and withered hand. He didn't know when, but it had already tightly gripped his neck. The suffocating feeling coming from his throat made it impossible for the middle-aged man to breathe. The middle-aged man's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the withered hand that was gripping his neck. His heart was filled with shock because he hadn't sensed when the elder's hand had approached him. The old man grabbed the middle-aged man's neck with one hand. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said unhurriedly, "Young man, don't be too impulsive. If you lose your life, you can't blame anyone." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man casually waved his hand. The middle-aged man's cumbersome body was like a little chicken in the old man's hand. He was actually casually tossed far away by the old man. Finally, with a bang, with a loud thud, he slammed into the hard wall. The entire thick wall trembled violently for a moment. This sudden turn of events stunned the other members of the Yulan family. Looking at the middle-aged man who was lying on the ground, unable to get up, all of them were enraged. They immediately took out their own saint weapons and slashed at the old man with powerful saint force undulations. "Humph, you overestimate yourself." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the gray-robed middle-aged man standing beside the old man. Following which, his hand suddenly emitted a fiery red light. The moment this fiery red light appeared, the the surrounding temperature rapidly rose. The middle-aged man flicked his finger, and the fiery red light in his hand instantly shattered into pieces. Following which, sparks streaked across the sky like meteors, shooting towards the saint weapons that were slashing at him with lightning speed. Ding 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 ding, when the sparks collided with the saint weapons, a few crisp sounds rang out. The saint weapons that the members of the Yulan family had used to slash at the old man were all broken into two. Pfff. A few of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Their entire bodies seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. They staggered backwards. Their faces had become incomparably pale in an instant. There was not a trace of blood in them. A few of them could not stand steadily and immediately fell to the ground. They could not get up again. Seeing the broken saint weapons of the few of them, the onlookers to the side revealed expressions of schadenfreude. Everyone present understood that the arrogant members of the Yulan family were done for. Even if they managed to survive, they would be reduced to cripples living at the bottom of the Tian-Yuan continent. However, even more people were shocked by the strength displayed by the gray-robed middle-aged man. With a flick of his finger, he had broken the saint weapons in the hands of several powerful people. Just how powerful was he? Young master, leave this kind of person to this old man. There's no need for you to do it yourself. The gray-robed old man glanced at the fate of the members of the Yulan family and spoke to the middle-aged man in a rather respectful tone. The middle-aged man casually waved his hand and walked toward the unconscious waiter. At the same time, he indifferently said, "I really don't like these people. Just treat it as a small punishment for them. Whether they can survive or not will depend on their luck. To think that a puny Yulan family would be so arrogant." As he spoke, the middle-aged man arrived before the waiter and crouched down to check on his injuries. "Fortunately, it's only some superficial wounds. It's not a big problem." After a simple check, the middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. He then extended his hand from his sleeve and placed a jade-green ring on his finger. The middle-aged man took out a bag of medicinal powder from his space ring and smeared it on the back of the waiter's head. The gray-robed elder shook his head helplessly when he saw the middle-aged man's actions. Although his young master was vicious and merciless towards his enemies, he had a compassionate and kind heart towards ordinary people. He had seen this kind of thing countless times. The Yulan family only has themselves to blame for ending up like this. The appraiser, old Mr. Huang, who stood behind Jianchen, sighed. He then said to Jianchen, "Mr. Wu Yun, please come with me." Jianchen nodded slightly. He glanced at the two gray-robed men deeply before following behind old Mr. Huang. However, his heart was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. "I never thought that the two of them would be hidden experts, especially the middle-aged man. He's so powerful. If I've guessed correctly, the middle-aged man should be an Earth Saint Master at the very least," Jianchen sighed. Jianchen followed old Mr. Huang to the second floor of the auction house through another passageway. In the end, old Mr. Huang led him to an elegant guest room. As soon as he entered the guest room, Jianchen saw the supervisor of the Heavenly Phoenix auction house, Yu Lian, sitting on a sofa quietly. It seemed like she had been waiting for a long time. "Mr. Wu Yun, you've finally appeared after disappearing for so long." A faint smile appeared on Yu Lian's face as she gently spoke. Chapter 178. Jianchen remained calm as he looked at Urian's mature beauty. He smiled faintly. "Manager Urian, the Class 5 magical beast has been successfully auctioned off. May I ask if you can hand me the money now?" Urian smiled gently. "Please wait for a moment, Sir Wu Yun. Although the Class 5 magical beast has been successfully auctioned off, it will still take some time to hand over the items." Jianchen nodded and did not say anything else. He sat there and waited quietly. He knew that the auction had just ended, and the people who had won the items had yet to pay for them. The auction would only hand over the money to the seller after they had collected their items. Urian could not help but frown as she looked at Jianchen, who was treating her like air. She finally showed some displeasure on her mature face. After a moment of hesitation, she said gently, "Mr. Wu Yun, may I ask where you are from?" Jianshan's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He smiled. "I was born in a remote mountain village. I am a nobody. Even if I tell you, Manager Urian would not know, so there's no need to mention it." Afterwards, Urian and Jianshan began to chat in the quiet parlor. However, almost every question that Urian asked was related to Jianshan's identity. However, Jianshan was no longer a greenhorn. Even though Urian had tried to find out about Jianshan's identity from various sources, she was still very dissatisfied with the results. She had only managed to get a lot of useless information out of Jianshan. There was not a single piece of useful information. Looks like this Wu Yun is not a simple person either. It's not going to be easy to get some information out of him, Urian thought to herself as she massaged her temples with a throbbing headache. Jianshan chuckled inside when he saw the trace of annoyance on Urian's face. Dong dong dong. At this moment, a series of knocks suddenly came from the door. Upon hearing that, Urian sat up straight and reached out to press an inconspicuous button on the sofa. Immediately afterward, the door to the living room opened silently. Outside the door, a young lady in her 20s wearing a waiter's uniform was standing there. "Manager Urian, appraiser Huang asked me to pass this space belt to you," the waiter whispered to Urian as he stood outside the door. "Bring it over." "Yes." After that, the waiter entered the parlor and handed the spatial belt to Urian. His gaze lingered on Jianshan's face for a while before he left. Urian checked the items in her spatial belt, and then gently placed them on the table and smiled. "Mr. Wu Yun, the total of 110,000 purple crystal coins from the auction of the Class 5 magical beasts are all inside, please take a look." Upon hearing that, Jianshan took the spatial belt and checked the items inside. He saw that there were 11 neatly stacked piles of purple coins, each pile containing exactly 10,000 purple crystal coins. 11 stacks totaled exactly 110,000 purple crystal coins, no more, no less. After receiving the money, Jianshan had no intention of staying any longer. He stood up from the sofa and cupped his hands towards Urian, saying, "Manager Urian, if there's nothing else, this one will take his leave first." After saying that, Jianshan walked towards the door. "Mr. Wu Yun, please wait a moment," Urian suddenly called out to Jianshan. Jianshan stopped and turned to look at Urian as he asked indifferently, "Manager Urian, is there something else?" Urian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mr. Wu Yun, if you have a Class 5 magical beast core, our Heavenly Phoenix auction house is willing to purchase it at a price that will satisfy you. Furthermore, we can also keep this a secret for you. Why don't you consider it?" Jianshan smiled apologetically and said, "I'm truly sorry, Manager Urian, but I don't have a Class 5 magical beast core." After saying that, Jianshan didn't wait for Urian to reply before opening the door and walking out. Seeing Jianshan gradually disappear from her sight, Urian sighed lightly and said, "I originally wanted to give you a reminder, but since you left in such a hurry, I can't be bothered to tell you. The large powers that have come this time are not simple. Whether you can safely survive this crisis will depend on whether or not you have the strength to do so." After walking out of the Heavenly Phoenix auction house, Jianshan stood at the entrance of the auction house and observed his surroundings. Sure enough, he discovered that there were many suspicious people in the surroundings of the Heavenly Phoenix auction house. Jianshan didn't stay for long and immediately walked towards the crowded street at his usual speed. However, before Jianshan had even walked out, his expression changed slightly. With his powerful senses, he could clearly sense that there were at least 100 gazes focused on him. Jianshan's heart sank slightly as he realized that something was amiss. Could it be that those powers have already found out that I was the one who brought the 2 Class 5 magical beast corpses to the auction house? Or could it be that the Heavenly Phoenix auction house revealed my identity? Although he realized that something was amiss, Jianchen didn't reveal the slightest trace of panic on his face. With his usual speed, he walked towards the crowded street as if nothing had happened. Following Jianchen's departure, the people scattered around the auction house also left their original positions and followed behind Jianchen. Sensing the actions of the people behind him, Jianchen couldn't help but reveal a cold smile on his face. The blood that had been dormant in his body for a long time also began to boil. Ever since his strength had reached the high-level Saint Master level, Jianchen hadn't fought with anyone. Now, he also wanted to test how many moves a great Saint Master could take from him after reaching the high-level Saint Master level. "Your Excellency, please wait." Right at this moment, several black-clothed middle-aged men suddenly blocked Jianchen's path. Jianchen stopped his footsteps and looked indifferently at the middle-aged men blocking his path. He said, "Is there a problem?" One of the middle-aged men faintly smiled and said, "We are from Phoenix Sun City's Haiming clan. Your Excellency, our Haiming clan has no ill intentions towards you. We only wish to invite you to our Haiming clan as a guest." Haiming clan. Hearing this, Jianchen's heart was slightly moved. During these days in Phoenix Sun City, he had clearly heard of the Haiming clan. They were a local power of Phoenix Sun City, and their strength wasn't weak. They were one of the 3 great clans of Phoenix Sun City. "Many thanks for the Haiming clan's invitation, but I have important matters to attend to. It is truly inconvenient for me to be a guest." Jianchen tactfully declined. Chapter 179. Jianchen smiled faintly and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but you don't have to worry about the current situation. I will take care of it myself." "Humph. Wu Yun, don't be so stubborn. Right now, various powers have gathered in Phoenix City, and your identity is no longer a secret in their eyes. There are more than one family eyeing you right now. If you don't cooperate with us, the only one who will suffer is you. If things go wrong, you might even lose your life here." The middle-aged man from the Black Underworld clan sneered. Jianchen's expression didn't change in the slightest as he said indifferently, "Then how do you want me to cooperate with you?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man in black was delighted. From these words, he already believed that Jianchen was willing to obediently follow them back to the Black Underworld clan. Although this thought flashed through his mind, the middle-aged man in black's expression didn't change. He said in a deep voice, "Follow us back to the Black Underworld clan immediately. Otherwise, when all their experts arrive, even our Black Underworld clan won't be able to save you." Jianchen's eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible ridicule. "Could it be that if I follow you back to the Black Underworld clan, your Black Underworld clan will definitely be able to save me? Didn't you just say that there are many powers eyeing me this time? Could it be that your Black Underworld clan alone can resist all these powerful powers coming from all directions?" The middle-aged man smiled confidently. "That's right, I admit that each of those powers are very powerful. Even compared to our Black Underworld clan, they aren't much weaker. Some of them are even stronger than our Black Underworld clan. But don't forget, our Black Underworld clan is a local power in Phoenix City. Moreover, we have already secretly allied with several other powers in Phoenix City. As long as you are willing to follow us back to the Black Underworld clan, you will definitely be fine." "Oh, so that's how it is." Jianchen nodded slightly as if he had suddenly understood. "Hurry up and follow us. If you are late, it will be too late. Our people can only delay them for a moment. If they rush over, then the situation will be terrible." The middle-aged man thought that Jianchen had agreed to return to the Black Underworld clan with them, so he took the lead and walked forward. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. He turned around and stared at Jianchen, who was standing there motionlessly. He couldn't help but frown. "Why aren't you leaving?" Jianchen's face was full of confusion. "Where are we going?" Hearing Jianchen's words, the middle-aged man in black knew that things wouldn't go so smoothly. However, he still said, "Where else can you go? Of course you're going back to the Black Underworld clan with us. Do you want to die?" But I didn't say I was going with you, Jianchen said innocently. Hearing this, the faces of the black underworld family members changed. The middle-aged man's face also suddenly turned gloomy. He stared at Jianchen with a cold gaze as he said in a deep voice, "Wu Yun, you're toying with us." Jianchen chuckled. "I'm not toying with you. Did you hear me say I was going to the black underworld clan with you?" The middle-aged man took a deep breath before letting out a long breath. He stared at Jianchen with a fierce gaze as he sneered in anger. "Good, good, good. Wu Yun, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame us for being impolite." With that, the middle-aged man gave a signal to the other black-clothed people with his eyes. He shouted, "Time is of the essence. All of you go together and capture him." Before he even finished speaking, the middle-aged man charged at Jianchen. Jianchen's eyes flashed with a threatening cold light. Powerful Saint Force surged out from his right hand and quickly condensed into a 4 chi long and 2 fingers wide silver-white sword. Jianchen was very clear about the strength of the black-clothed people in front of him. Aside from the middle-aged man, who had the strength of a great Saint Master, the rest of them were only high Saint Masters. This kind of lineup was not a threat to the current Jianchen. Seeing the middle-aged man charging at him, Jianchen's light-wind sword suddenly emitted a layer of hazy but sharp sword chi. However, just as Jianchen was about to stab out with his sword, a loud laughter that shook the buildings on both sides of the street came from behind him. "Haha, your black underworld clan's people sure move fast." Following the voice, a huge sword chi formed from pure energy shot out from behind and headed straight for the black-clothed middle-aged man who was charging at Jianchen. The sudden change. The middle-aged man immediately became stern. He could not help but sigh inside when he sensed the power of the incoming sword chi. He knew that he had lost his chance to capture Jianchen. Immediately after, the black-clothed middle-aged man came to a stop. Powerful Saint Force surged out from his hands and formed a large 2-handed sword. Carrying a surging amount of Saint Force, he slashed at the sword chi that was coming at him. Seeing this, Jianchen lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and gracefully flew back a few meters. Boom! Just as Jianchen retreated, a loud sound rang out from the collision of energy. The powerful shock waves formed a fierce gale that howled in all directions. Many of the shops on both sides of the street were affected by the shock waves and became a mess. The people on the street began to circulate their Saint Force. Without any hesitation, they quickly retreated into the distance. On the Tianyuan continent, where battles could happen at any time, the people who grew up here were already used to living like this. As a result, there was no trace of panic or fear on the faces of the people on the street. When the shock waves of energy dissipated, the black-clothed middle-aged man from the Black Underworld clan was still standing where he had been before. However, his face had become serious. At the same time, a large group of people quickly rushed over from Jianchen's front and back. Even the buildings on both sides of the street could be seen leaping over. They were all rushing in the direction of Jianchen. In just a few breaths of time, the entire street was completely surrounded by hundreds of people. Even the roofs of the buildings on both sides were filled with people dressed in different attire. "Unrelated personnel, leave immediately." As this voice rang out, the people who were stuck in the street didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They quickly left through a path opened up by the crowd. Chapter 180. At this moment, an old man wearing a large red robe walked out of the crowd. He swept his eyes over the several hundred people that had already filled the entire street. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "It sure is lively here. All the influential forces within 1,000 miles have actually gathered here. How rare, how rare. This old man hasn't seen a scene like this for many years. Humph, old bastard Fan Ping, why aren't you staying in your Qing clan? Why have you come to Fengyang City for no reason?" An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion stood high up on a roof as he shouted at the old man in red robes. Hearing this, the old man called Old Devil Fan Ping coldly smiled. He looked at the old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion standing on the roof and said, Kriansha Huang, since you can come to Fengyang City, why can't I, Fan Ping, come? Humph, old devil Fan Ping, I still haven't properly settled the debt from 5 years ago with you. Why don't we use this opportunity to settle this once and for all? Kriansha Huang's eyes were cold as he stared at old devil Fan Ping. The cold killing intent in his voice was not concealed at all, and many people present could clearly feel it. That's right. The debt from 5 years ago should indeed be settled. The old man in red robes slightly muttered to himself. As he spoke, powerful saint force surged out of his hand and quickly condensed into a 2-foot-long curved blade. Seeing that the situation between the two was becoming more and more serious, a middle-aged man standing beside the old man in red robes took a step forward. He arrived beside the old man in red robes and said, Guest Fan Ping, now is not the time to settle the grudge between the two of you. Why don't we settle the matter at hand first before settling the grudge between the two of you? The old man in red robes nodded slightly and said, Fine. Kriansha Huang, right now is not the time to settle the grudge between the two of us. Let's settle the matter at hand first before settling the grudge between the two of us. The white-haired old man glanced at Jianchen. He knew in his heart that this was not the time to settle personal grudges. He snorted coldly and said, Then I'll let you go for now. At this moment, several dozen figures stepped on the buildings on both sides of the street from the distance. They rapidly approached this place. From their formation, it was clear that they did not belong to the same organization. As these people approached, the people standing on the houses on both sides of the street made way for them. Following that, a few people landed on the roof of the house. All of their gazes landed on Jianchen, who was trapped in the middle, and one of them spoke out, I think this must be Master Wu Yun. Jianchen turned his head and saw that the speaker was a middle-aged man in a white robe. The middle-aged man had short hair that was only an inch long, and there was a small scar on his resolute face. Jianchen said, That's right, I am Wu Yun. I wonder why you've mustered such a large force to intercept me. Haha, Master Wu Yun, this old man, may I ask if you were the one who auctioned off the 2 corpses of the 5th-rank magical beasts? The red-robed old man asked with a smile. Jianchen could not help but smile. I never thought that a nameless junior like me would be able to attract the attention of so many organizations. They actually investigated this matter so thoroughly. That's right, I was the one who auctioned off the 2 corpses of the 5th-rank magical beast. Even though he was facing various powerful organizations, Jianchen did not show the slightest bit of fear. Even after being surrounded by several hundred people, he still maintained a calm and composed expression. Master Wu Yun, I am the Vice Pavilion Master of the Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion, Zhou Tong. Since you possess the corpses of the 5th-rank magical beasts, the monster cores of the 2 corpses should be in your possession as well. Our Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion is willing to offer a price that will satisfy you and purchase one of the 5th-rank monster cores. I wonder if Master Wu Yun is willing to part with it? Of course, if Master Wu Yun is willing to sell one of the 5th-rank monster cores to us, our Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion will be your friend in the future. If Master Wu Yun encounters any trouble, you can also look for our Wandering Cloud Sword Pavilion to help you resolve it. I wonder if Master Wu Yun is willing? Zhou Tong stood on the roof and said with a smile. Just as Zhou Tong's voice fell, a tall man with tan skin opened his mouth. Master Wu Yun, we are from the Yang Gate. I don't like to be wishy-washy, so I'll be frank with you. Of the 2 5th-rank magical beasts in your possession, our Yang Gate would also like to purchase one of them. The price will definitely satisfy you. I wonder if Master Wu Yun is willing to buy one of them for our Yang Gate. Seeing that there were already 2 groups that wanted a Class 5 monster core, the other groups did not want to fall behind. Mr. Wu Yun, we are from the Yulan clan. Although our Yulan clan is not a large clan on the Tianyuan continent, there is still no one in Flaming Cloud City who dares to not give us some face. As long as Master Wu Yun is willing to sell a Class 5 monster core to our Yulan clan, we can guarantee that Master Wu Yun will stay comfortably in Flaming Cloud City. There will definitely be no one who dares to cause trouble for you, said a middle-aged man in luxurious robes from the Yulan clan. Mr. Wu Yun, we are from the Mu Tian clan. Mr. Wu Yun, we are from the Caldel clan. Many of the representatives present all spoke up, wanting to purchase a Class 5 monster core from Jianchen. Jianchen bitterly smiled when he saw that there were at least a dozen people present. He said, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint everyone. I don't have a Class 5 monster core on me. Although I did auction off the 2 Class 5 magical beasts, I didn't kill them. I just picked them up in the wilderness. There's no need to hide it. The corpses of Class 5 magical beasts are extremely precious. Even Heaven Saint Masters can't abandon them. Moreover, we've already observed from the corpses that the 2 Class 5 magical beasts had killed each other. After they were both injured, someone else took advantage of them. Moreover, we can clearly see from the wounds that the person who took advantage of them was not very powerful. Otherwise, he would not have needed to make such a large wound when he took out the monster core. This person must be Mr. Wu Yun, without a doubt. An old man said with a chuckle. From the looks of it, it was as if he was having a very friendly conversation with someone. Chapter 181. Now that the situation had developed to this point, Jianchen was clear that unless he allowed them to search his body, they would definitely not believe his one-sided words. And to have them search his spatial belt was absolutely impossible. Not to mention the 2 Class 5 monster cores that were quietly lying there, just the Class 4 monster cores and a large pile of purple crystal coins in his spatial ring would cause many of them to have evil intentions. Right now, Jianchen already understood that there was no point in continuing to hide it. Although the other party had the advantage in numbers, he was not afraid. Jianchen swept his gaze around. His powerful divine sense allowed him to easily capture dozens of powerful auras in the surroundings. He then smiled indifferently and said, Since everyone has already guessed it, then there is no need for me to hide it. That's right, the Class 5 monster cores are indeed on me, but there are only 2 of them. I wonder how you will distribute the 2 Class 5 monster cores with so many of you here. Jianchen's words immediately caused the hundreds of people present to hesitate. The value of a Class 5 monster core was definitely above the corpse of a Class 5 monster core. Regarding the Class 5 monster core, no one present was willing to give it up so easily. However, they also knew that there were only 2 Class 5 monster cores, and there were more than a dozen forces present. Every one of them was a big shot in their own right. Even if there was a difference in strength, it would not be too big. So to distribute the 2 Class 5 monster cores would be a difficult problem. For a moment, the atmosphere of the entire street became a little strange because of Jianchen's words. Many people's eyes flashed with a trace of sternness, and when they looked at those who had conflicts with them, their eyes were filled with killing intent. However, this atmosphere did not last for long before it was broken by an old voice. Mr. Wu Yun, as for how to distribute the monster cores, we will naturally discuss this matter after this matter is over. You don't have to worry about it. Now you should take out the Class 5 monster cores. Jianchen looked towards the source of the voice and saw that the speaker was an old man in a white robe. The old man was relatively short and could only reach Jianchen's chest at most. His face was very old and was covered with wrinkles. However, his eyes were bright and full of spirit. Although the old man's tone was flat, the meaning behind his words made Jianchen very unhappy. Jianchen sneered and met the old man's flat gaze. He said, "Sir, I'm sorry. I want to keep these 2 Class 5 monster cores for myself. I'm not selling them." Jianchen emphasized the last 2 words. His tone was resolute and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. When Jianchen said the words, "not selling," everyone's expression changed slightly. Their gazes towards Jianchen became cold and gloomy. Among them, there were many people who did not bother to conceal their killing intent. If not for the fact that there were over a dozen forces eyeing the Class 5 monster cores at the same time, causing the situation to become complicated, these people would not be so polite to Jianchen. They would have already snatched them. Spending money to buy Class 5 monster cores was not their intention at all. Mr. Wu Yun, if you keep the 2 Class 5 monster cores, it will only bring you trouble. If you don't handle it well, you might even get yourself killed. You have to choose carefully. The one who spoke was a young man who looked to be in his 30s. He was dressed in a green robe embroidered with golden threads. He was from the Mu De family. That's right, Mr. Wu Yun. It's not appropriate for you to keep the Class 5 monster cores. You should sell them to us. The people from the Jiao Luo family said. After that, the other forces also began to ask Jianchen to sell the monster cores to them. However, no one gave a specific price. Jianchen knew how precious the 2 Class 5 monster cores were. Moreover, he had over 100,000 purple crystal coins in his spatial belt. He did not lack money at all. Therefore, he would not sell them. Jianchen cupped his hands apologetically and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry. I'm not selling the Class 5 monster cores. I still have important matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you." After saying that, Jianchen directly walked forward. He seemed to be casually walking, but he was already on guard. He was prepared to take action at any time. "Humph, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Jianchen's actions angered quite a few people. Immediately, several Saint Masters rushed towards Jianchen under the signal of their leader. They tried to capture Jianchen. The actions of these people seemed to have ignited a fuse. When they moved, the other forces also rushed out. A portion of these people rushed towards Jianchen, while the other portion went to stop the others who wanted to capture Jianchen. At this time, the leaders of the various forces were very clear that if they wanted to obtain the Class 5 monster cores, the most direct method was to capture Jianchen. With regards to Jianchen's strength, these great Saint Masters had already seen it clearly. He was only a high-level Saint Master. In these forces, he could only be considered a decent fighter. Therefore, they did not put him in their eyes. Seeing the people rushing towards him, Jianchen's face revealed a cold smile. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Although the forces behind these people were not to be trifled with, if he did not retaliate after being bullied, then he would not be Jianchen. Moreover, Jianchen was not someone who was afraid of trouble. The silver-white light wind sword appeared in Jianchen's right hand. With a flash of silver light, the light wind sword pierced towards the first group of people. Jianchen's sword was incomparably fast. The few Saint Masters did not expect Jianchen's sword to be so fast. It was so fast that they could not even see it clearly. In the end, before they could even react, the light wind sword had already pierced through their throat. Unexpectedly, not a single one of them was able to dodge. After reaching the high level of Saint Master, Jianchen's physique and battle prowess had increased by leaps and bounds. Unless it was someone with wind-attributed Saint Force, very few Saint Masters would be able to dodge his swift sword. In the blink of an eye, several Saint Masters had died under Jianchen's sword. Jianchen's sudden display of strength caused the people who wanted to capture Jianchen to turn pale with fright. They immediately became vigilant and took out their saint weapons. Even so, they did not slow down in the slightest. Chapter 182. Following the flash of the silver sword, 3 of the people who were charging towards Jianchen had their throats slit by the light wind sword. At this moment, the other people who were close to Jianchen all swung their saint weapons at Jianchen, bringing along powerful saint force with them as they slashed at him. Jianchen didn't even bother to look at the saint weapons coming at him from behind. It was as if he had a pair of eyes on the back of his head. He just tilted his body slightly and dodged the attacks of the saint weapons. Ding! Not only did the saint weapons not hit Jianchen, but because they were all aiming at the same target, the saint weapons actually collided with each other in midair. Following the sound of metal clashing, the saint weapons collided with each other, creating a visible shockwave that spread out in all directions. Jianshan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Taking advantage of the moment when the saint weapons collided, the light-wind sword in his hand once again formed a blurry sword shadow that enveloped the people around him. The sharp sword tip was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, lightly cutting across the throats of the saint weapons, leaving behind a faint trace of blood as it mercilessly reaped their lives. In less than a breath's time, 10 Saint Masters had already died under Jianshan's sword. Jianshan's eyes flashed with a dense killing intent as the light-wind sword's blurry sword light became even denser. Just as Jianshan was about to continue killing the remaining people, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "Stop!" Hearing this shout, the people who were still charging towards Jianshan immediately stopped. At this time, the people who had their throats slit by Jianshan all fell to the ground at the same time. "What a fast sword! This sword is so king fast." In the crowd, many people with extraordinary eyesight let out cries of surprise. Among them, there were quite a few Saint Masters who could clearly see Jianshan's sword. However, without exception, all of them were shocked by the lightning-fast speed of the sword. This was because they all knew that even if they were facing such a fast sword, they would still have to be careful. Otherwise, if they weren't careful, they would lose their lives. At this moment, the Saint Masters who originally looked down on Jianshan completely changed their gazes towards Jianshan. It was the kind of gaze one would only have when facing an opponent of the same level. When they saw those people fall to the ground in the blink of an eye, the expressions of the remaining people, who only had sacred expert strength, all changed greatly one after another. Their expressions all became a bit grave. In that instant just now, they could only catch a few streaks of silver-white light flashing past. They didn't see how those people were killed at all. Jianshan stood in the middle of the corpses with his sword in his right hand. His blood-stained sword was pointed towards the ground as he calmly looked around and said, "If you want to steal something from my hands, it won't be an easy task. At the very least, I will make you pay an extremely heavy price." Jianshan's words made the group of people look at each other. A person who only had the strength of a high-level Saint Master not only didn't panic in the slightest when facing hundreds of people, but instead spoke such arrogant words. Especially when there were quite a few Saint Masters among these hundreds of people. If these words were to be said, perhaps no one would believe it. Although Jianshan's words sounded a bit arrogant, surprisingly, no one dared to say anything. Even those who had the strength of a Saint Master were no exception. Every single one of them remained silent, because the corpses of the Saint Masters on the ground were very good proof. Clap, clap, clap. An old man standing on the roof clapped his hands and said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Wu Yun truly has great skills. You actually made all of us misjudge you. Admirable, admirable." Jianshan smiled indifferently and didn't reply to the old man's words. He said, "Everyone, do you still want to steal the thing in my hands?" As soon as Jianshan's voice fell, a middle-aged man said with a gloomy face, "Don't think that you can look down on the world just because you have some strength. Wu Yun, you actually dared to kill my Yulan family's people. Today, if you don't give my Yulan family an explanation, don't even think about leaving this place." Mr. Wu Yun, our Muda family also had a few people who died in your hands. They were all outstanding talents in our family and were highly valued by the patriarch. If you don't give us an explanation for this matter, then it will be very difficult for us. Our patriarch's anger isn't that easy to deal with," an old man from the Muda family said with a sinister smile on his face. Hearing the words of these two parties, the rest of the powers looked optimistic and no one retreated. Although Jianshan's strength had shocked all of them, it wasn't enough to make them think of retreating. After all, a fifth-order monster core was too tempting. The only problem now was that there were too many powers present. 2 fifth-order monster cores were simply too difficult to distribute. As for Jianshan, although his strength had gained everyone's attention, it wasn't enough to make them feel apprehensive. Jianxin's gaze gradually became sharp. He already understood that today's battle was unavoidable. Coldly laughing, he said, "Since that's the case, then I'll give you an explanation right now." As soon as his voice fell, the light wind sword in Jianxin's hand suddenly exploded with a silver light. The intense and sharp sword qi spread through the air, causing the people who were 10 meters away to feel a faint pain on their skin. It was as if there were thousands of swords pressing against their bodies. The tip of Jian Chen's foot lightly tapped the ground, and his body floated forward like a ghost. It was as if the short distance of a dozen meters didn't exist in front of him. In an instant, he had crossed the distance and appeared in front of the Yulan family members. Under the control of his arm, the light wind sword transformed into a sky full of sword shadows that enveloped the Yulan family members. Towards the Yulan family, Jianxin had long since disliked them. Therefore, he was the first to make an example of them. "Everyone, be careful!" The leader of the Yulan family shouted, and a huge sword appeared in his hand. Ignoring the sword shadows that filled the sky, he brandished his huge sword and slashed in a certain direction. Ding! With a crisp sound of collision, the large sword and a slender longsword that was only 2 fingers wide collided with each other. A powerful ripple of energy spread out from the point of contact, forming a visible ripple of energy that rapidly spread out in all directions. In the end, the ripple of energy slammed into the buildings on both sides of the street. Suddenly, the hard walls made of stone were shaken violently by this energy ripple, and traces of dust splashed out from them. Just as the 2 saint weapons clashed, Jian Chen immediately put away his light wind sword. Using the tip of his foot, he quickly twisted his body and turned into a ghost. Going around the saint weapon wielding the greatsword at an extremely fast speed, he shot behind the saint weapon wielding the greatsword. At this moment, the Yulan family's members were all on guard. Seeing Jianxin rushing towards them, the faces of the people standing at the front became serious. However, their movements were not slow either. Powerful saint force covered their weapons as they swung them towards Jianxin. Chapter 183. With the light wind sword's extremely fast movement speed, Jianxin's silvery sword had already turned into a thin ray of light. Even a great saint master would have to be careful when dealing with it. To a saint master, this kind of speed was definitely fatal. The light wind sword swept through the throats of several saint masters from the Yulan family without the slightest bit of resistance. In an instant, it cut through their main arteries. Meanwhile, those sacred experts could only see a streak of silver-white radiance flash past extremely quickly. Quite a few of them didn't even have time to react before they felt a wave of slight pain from their throat. Then, a wave of powerful suffocation spread, and soon after, they fell to the ground. Jianxin continuously shuttled through the Yulan family's group. As the silvery white light wind sword continuously turned into blurry sword images, people from the Yulan family could be seen clutching their throats in pain as they fell to the ground. Wherever Jianxin passed by, people would fall one after another. Among these saint masters, there were very few who could dodge Jianxin's swift sword. In less than 2 breaths of time, close to 20 people from the Yulan family had their throats slit with a single slash. Because of the speed and precision of his sword, Jianxin was able to kill people at an extremely fast speed. For those who were at most on the same level as him, he was able to kill them in one strike. During this short period of time, the great saint masters from the Yulan family had finally returned. However, when they saw that nearly 20 of their family members had died in less than 2 breaths of time, their eyes immediately became bloodshot. These saint masters were the core strength of their family. Moreover, they had only brought 50 people with them this time. To them, half of them had died in less than 2 breaths of time. To them, this was definitely a cruel matter that they could not accept. "You're courting death. Wu Yun, don't even think of leaving today." An old man and a middle-aged man roared as they leapt off the roof and charged at Jianxin. The saint weapons in their hands emitted surging pulses of energy as they cut through the air with an ear-piercing sound, swinging towards Jian Chen at an extremely fast speed. On the ground, the middle-aged man who had clashed with Jian Chen before roared out furiously as well. He wielded his sword with both hands as he charged at Jian Chen. Three great Saint Masters. Feeling the powerful auras of the three Saint Masters and the powerful Saint Force fluctuations from their Saint weapons, Jianchen revealed a cold smile. If Jianchen was still a Saint Master, three great Saint Masters would already be able to give him a lot of pressure. Unfortunately, Jianchen's strength had already reached the Saint Master level and was only an arm's length away from becoming a Saint Master. Compared to a Saint Master level Saint Master, his strength was several levels. Saint Masters were stronger than Saint Masters. Even Saint Masters. The light wind sword turned into a blur as it rapidly pierced out. The high-speed vibrations produced by the sword created a melodious sword cry. In just a short moment, Jian Chen had already pierced out more than 10 times, colliding with the incoming Saint weapons. The sounds of metal clashing against metal had already become one as each of the three Saint weapons were pierced by the light wind sword multiple times in the blink of an eye. After 10 or so strikes, the three Saint weapons were stopped in their track. Their seemingly powerful attacks were easily neutralized by Jianchen's 10 or so strike. However, the Saint weapons owners were not discouraged. The Saint Chi that was emitted from their Saint weapons increased by a bit as they once again slashed towards Jianchen. Even though Jianchen was only a high-level Saint Master, facing the attacks of three great Saint Masters, he was not afraid at all. Instead, his aura soared to the heavens as the light wind sword in his hand once again became a blur as it pierced out like lightning towards the three Saint weapons. Although Jianchen could also dodge the attacks, Jianchen wanted to use these three great Saint Masters to test his own strength. After all, this was the first time he had fought against a great Saint Master since he had become a high-level Saint Master. He wanted to use these people to test his limit. The two light wind sword and the three Saint weapons that were completely disproportionate in size continued to fiercely clash against each other. As the weapons collided, the energy ripples that were created continued to spread out in all directions. Under the continuous impact of the energy ripples, the buildings on both sides of the street began to crack like a spider web. Moreover, the cracks quickly spread out into the distance. These buildings and shops had already been emptied out long before the battle began, so there was no need to worry about innocent people getting hurt. As for the hundreds of people who were still crowded at both ends of the street, all of them retreated a certain distance, leaving enough space for the few of them to fight. Seeing how Jianchen, who was clearly only a high-level Saint Master, was actually able to fight evenly against three great Saint Masters who were much stronger than him by himself, the shock in the eyes of the other great Saint Masters watching from the side became heavier and heavier. Practically all of their faces were filled with disbelief. This Wu Yun really isn't simple. Although he only has the strength of a high-level Saint Master, the battle strength he can display is actually this strong. Not only is the speed of his sword incomparably fast, but it is also extremely accurate. In the time it takes for others to strike once, his sword would have already struck twice or thrice. Moreover, his movements are as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. His sword moves are practically flawless, making it impossible for others to find any openings. Just this battle experience alone is already much better than ours. An old man standing on the roof sighed. It seems like this Wu Yun has experienced many more life and death battles than we have. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such ingenious battle experience. You have to know that this kind of battle experience isn't something that can be taught. Only those who have truly walked on the edge of life and death will gradually understand it. The Vice Pavilion Master of the Flowing Cloud Sword Pavilion also had a serious expression as he spoke in a deep voice. The most important thing is that the speed at which he strikes is just too fast. Is this a special battle skill? The eyes of many people present lit up when they heard the word battle skill. Not only were battle skills extremely precious on the Tianyuan continent, they were also extremely rare. Even many of the organizations present did not have a single low-level battle skill. Even if they did, only the core members of the clan or the leaders of the clan would have the ability to learn it. To them, the word battle skill was definitely more enticing than Class 5 monster cores. The sword technique Wu Yun displayed is definitely an extremely profound battle skill. Otherwise, with his strength that is definitely no more than high-level sacred expert level, how could he display such speed? Almost at the same time, everyone present agreed with this theory. This was because they really could not find a better and more suitable explanation for what was happening before them apart from battle achievements. Chapter 184. At this moment, many of the great Saint Masters who were watching from the side felt their blood begin to boil. Because of the enticement of a battle skill, many of them couldn't help but want to rush over and snatch the item from Jianshan's hands. Although many of them had such thoughts, none of them made a move. None of them were fools. Seeing that Jianshan was able to fight evenly with the three great Saint Masters, they all knew that Jianshan's strength wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. Right now, almost everyone was holding on to the idea of letting the great Saint Masters from the Yulan family exhaust Jianshan's Saint Force. This was because Saint Force was the source of a martial artist's energy. Once too much Saint Force was used up, it would directly affect one's battle prowess. At that time, if they wanted to snatch the item from Jianshan's hands, it would be much easier. Jianshan and the three great Saint Masters fought for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. During this time, Jianshan was completely fighting the three great Saint Masters head-on. Unless he had no other choice, he didn't even try to dodge their attacks. As for the three great Saint Masters from the Yulan family who were fighting with Jianshan, they became more and more shocked. Their hearts were already filled with shock and disbelief. They had never seen or heard of a high-level Saint Master being able to fight with three great Saint Masters for so long without even batting an eyelid. Most importantly, this high-level Saint Master was actually fighting with the three great Saint Masters head-on. After fighting with the three great Saint Masters for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Jianshan had a better understanding of his own strength. Not wanting to continue fighting with the three great Saint Masters, he shifted his body slightly to the side, dodging the incoming Saint weapons. His feet lightly tapped on the ground, and his body shot forward in a short instant. Following which, the light wind sword transformed into a silver-white light, as if it had broken through the limits of space, piercing towards one of the great Saint Masters with an inconceivable speed. The speed of this sword was so fast that the three great Saint Masters' faces suddenly changed. After fighting with the three great Saint Masters for so long, this sword was the fastest that Jianshan had ever used. In a short moment, the sharp tip of the light wind sword was already close to the throat of the great Saint Master. The expression of the great Saint Master who was being attacked by the light wind sword greatly changed. At such a close distance, the chances of him being able to dodge this sword was very low. In this moment of life and death, the great Saint Master didn't panic. With a shout, a large amount of Saint Qi burst out from his body, wrapping around his entire body. The Saint Qi then formed a ripple of energy that quickly spread out in an attempt to block the light wind sword. As long as he could by even a small amount of time, he would have a chance to dodge this sword that seemed to represent his death. At the same time, the great Saint Master's upper body twisted to the side as fast as he could. A great Saint Master's full strength was not to be underestimated. When the ripple of energy came into contact with the light wind sword, the light wind sword's sharp tip easily broke through and continued to stab towards the great Saint Master's throat. However, because of the ripple of energy, the light wind sword's speed was slightly slower than before. In the end, the light wind sword brushed past the great Saint Master's throat. Even so, the sharp sword Qi that was contained within the great Saint Master's sword had left a faint trace of blood on the great Saint Master's neck. Elder Ling, quickly dodge. At this time, the voices of the two great Saint Masters came from the side. Both of them angrily roared as they brandished their saint weapons and attacked Jianchen with all their might. They wanted to buy time for the great Saint Master who had just dodged Jianchen's sword to recover. Jianchen coldly snorted. After verifying his strength, he didn't have the energy to continue playing around with these people. Since he had decided to end this battle quickly, he would use all of his strength. With a slight twist of his body, Jianchen dodged the two saint weapons by a hair's breadth. Then, he once again stabbed out with the light wind sword. This time, the speed of the sword was not inferior to the speed of the previous one. After the great Saint Master had dodged Jianchen's sword, he didn't even have the time to stabilize himself before the light wind sword stabbed towards him like a viper. Pooh! With a flash of silver light, the sharp tip of the light wind sword easily pierced through the great Saint Master's throat. The tip of the light wind sword was stained with blood as it pierced through the back of the great Saint Master's neck. Dark red blood dripped down from the light wind sword's body to the ground. The second sword pierced through the old man's throat before he could even react. The two swords were too fast, and the pause in between was very short. It was so short that after the old man dodged the first sword, he did not have time to stabilize his body before the second sword arrived at him at lightning speed. Elder Ling! Ling Buodong! Seeing the great Saint Master who had his throat pierced, the other two great Saint Masters of the great Saint Master clan cried out in alarm. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. None of them would have thought that Jianchen, who was only a high-level Saint Master, would not only be able to easily deal with three great Saint Masters, but also kill one of them. Wu Yun, I will kill you! Wu Yun, don't even think about leaving this place today. The two great Saint Masters glared at Jianchen with eyes filled with hatred and anger. Their eyes were so red that it seemed as if they wanted to cut Jianchen into 1,000 pieces. Immediately after, they brandished the saint weapons in their hands and rushed towards Jianchen. The surrounding people who were watching the show also had expressions of shock and disbelief. Jianchen, who was only a high-level Saint Master, was able to fight against three great Saint Masters and not be at a disadvantage. This was already enough to make them feel shocked, but now, he had even killed a great Saint Master. If this scene did not happen in front of their eyes, even if they were beaten, they would not believe it. Even so, they felt as if they had entered into a dream. It was so unreal. Battle skill. This is the effect of a battle skill. This battle skill can actually allow a high-level Saint Master to kill a great Saint Master. This is definitely a powerful battle skill. No matter what price I have to pay, I have to get my hands on this combat skill. Within the crowd, a low voice once again sounded out. At this moment, everyone attributed Jianchen's killing of a great Saint Master to the battle skill. Immediately after, many people's eyes were filled with unconcealable excitement. Some of them even began to tremble slightly, as if this battle skill was their own. In their minds, they were all imagining how strong they would be if they could learn this battle skill. Following the sound of the sword whistling through the air, the light wind sword had already filled the sky with sword shadows, enveloping the remaining two great Saint Masters of the Yulan family. Ding 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 ding. A series of dense sounds of weapons colliding rang out as the light wind sword and the two saint weapons clashed at an extremely fast speed. However, Jianchen's sword was now much faster than before, and every strike was filled with killing intent. Therefore, after blocking 5 or 6 strikes each, the two great Saint Masters were forced into a panic. Chapter 185. Jianchen's sword became faster and faster, and the two great Saint Masters of the Yulan clan immediately felt the pressure increase. They had never thought that they, two great Saint Masters, would be forced into such a miserable state by someone who was only a high-level Saint Master. So, the silver light from the light wind sword brushed past one of the large swords and pierced through the throat of one of the middle-aged men in front of him, leaving a gaping hole in his throat. In just a few breaths of time, Another great Saint Master died under Jianshan's sword. The last remaining old man turned pale with fright. The two of them were only barely able to fight evenly against Jianshan when they joined forces, and they were already at a disadvantage. Now that one of their companions had died, and with the strength that Jianshan had displayed, the old man was definitely not a match for Jianshan. If he really fought against Jianshan alone, he would probably die even faster. Thinking up to here, the old man from the Yulan family suddenly became incomparably ugly. However, he wasn't stupid and didn't give Jianshan any time to attack him. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, not only does Wu Yun have a rank 5 monster core, he also has at least one high-level battle skill. With just any one of us, we won't be able to kill him. Instead, we'll be killed instead. If we want to obtain the battle skill and the rank 5 monster core, we'd better join forces and capture him together." Although the old man from the Yulan family was trying to save himself, his words weren't without reason. After all, Jianshan had fought against 3 great Saint Masters alone and killed 2 of them in a short period of time. This scene was witnessed by everyone present. "Go, let's attack together. We must obtain the battle skill. Wu Yun's battle strength is too strong. 2 or 3 great Saint Masters won't have much of a chance of winning against him. While we have the advantage in numbers, we should kill Wu Yun first. Wu Yun is more of a threat to us than any of the large families." The words of the old man from the Yulan family quickly gained the approval of everyone present. Soon after, 7 or 8 great Saint Masters took out their saint weapons and charged towards Jianshan. Jianshan's face slightly changed. Although facing 3 great Saint Masters wasn't too difficult for him, there were more than 10 powers present. If they all joined forces to attack him, then he wouldn't be able to stop them. Right now, the situation didn't give Jianshan too much time to think. At this time, the 7 or 8 great Saint Masters had already closed in on Jianshan's body. With loud shouts, their saint weapons filled with powerful saint chi chopped towards Jianshan. Although these people hadn't worked together for many years, they still had a certain amount of battle experience. The direction in which the saint weapons were chopping towards Jianshan had sealed off all of the space in which he could dodge. Jianshan's face became serious. Facing 8 great Saint Masters at the same time, he felt an enormous pressure. With a wave of his right hand, the light wind sword's shadow filled the surrounding space. Ding, 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 following the sounds of weapons colliding, the light wind sword had clashed with the saint weapons more than 10 times in a short period of time. As for the saint weapons that were about to attack, they were all blocked by the light wind sword, causing their attacks to deviate. Jianshan's body slightly swayed, and in an instant, he appeared in front of one of the great Saint Masters. His light wind sword was like lightning as it pierced towards the throat of one of the great Saint Masters. The middle-aged man had just struck out with his sword and had yet to retrieve his saint weapon. Coupled with the fact that the old energy in his body had just been depleted and the new energy was being replenished, the middle-aged man simply had no time to dodge this lightning-fast attack. Pooh! The light wind sword directly pierced through the great Saint Master's throat. Feeling the intense pain in his throat and the feeling of being unable to breathe, the great Saint Master's heart was filled with disbelief. Waves of dizziness began to spread throughout his entire head. Am I dead? Am I dead? Is my life really going to end like this? I actually died at the hands of a Saint Master. In the final moments of his life, the great Saint Master still couldn't believe that a Saint Master like him would actually be killed by a Saint Master. As the light wind sword was pulled out of the great Saint Master's throat, the great Saint Master's body finally fell to the ground. Even as his life was about to end, his eyes were still wide open. Lu Da, a skinny man wearing a green robe who was standing on top of the roof, saw the great Saint Master lying on the ground. His face immediately changed, and with a cry of alarm, he jumped down from the roof and arrived in front of the great Saint Master in the blink of an eye. Lu Da, the green-robed man squatted down beside the great Saint Master, his voice filled with anxiety. However, the great Saint Master was already dead. No matter how he called out, there was no response. Not far away, there were 2 middle-aged men and 6 black-robed old men standing on top of a building, watching the battle from afar. "Mayor, don't tell me that we don't have to go and stop them? After all, this Phoenix City is our territory," one of the old men indifferently said. Hearing this, a middle-aged man wearing a white robe lightly shook his head. His face was filled with helplessness as he said, "It won't be easy to stop them. Although this is Phoenix City, which is my territory, the people gathered here are not only the top powers of the surrounding cities, but also the 3 great clans of Phoenix City. If we act rashly, I'm afraid that we will offend quite a few people. However, this person called Wu Yun is quite strong. With the strength of a high-level Saint Master, he was actually able to kill a great Saint Master. In the Tianyuan continent, this is quite rare." The middle-aged man standing beside the mayor's side. The mayor slightly nodded and said, "Correct. I don't know where this Wu Yun came from, but his strength is actually so great. Especially his sword, it's so fast that even great Saint Masters have to be careful. However, there are several dozen great Saint Masters and several hundred Saint Masters there. Although Wu Yun's battle strength is not weak, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for him to escape today. If he also has the strength of a great Saint Master, he should be able to escape from the encirclement of so many people." The one who spoke was an old man with a gloomy voice. Not far away, 2 people dressed in gray robes were standing straight on a roof as they stared at the battle in the distance. One of them was a middle-aged man, while the other was an old man. The old man was the one who had spent 100,000 purple crystal coins to purchase the corpse of the Class 5 magical beast, the Quick Cloud beast. "Young master, do you think we should go and help him? After all, the magical beast was provided by him. Speaking of which, it can be said that he has helped us," the gray-robed old man softly said as he stared at the battle in the distance. The middle-aged man beside him shook his head and said, "I don't think there's a need. This Wu Yun is not simple. He's so young, yet he already possesses the strength of a high-level Saint Master. His battle strength is so great that even regular great Saint Masters are not his opponent. This kind of potential is rare even in the entire Tianyuan continent. Moreover, his movement technique is not bad. If he wants to escape, there's still a chance for him to succeed. Moreover, this can be considered a test for him. After all, if he only cultivates quickly, his final accomplishments won't be too great. Only those who have gone through trials of blood and fire, those who have walked on the edge of life and death countless times, can be called geniuses. Otherwise, it would only be a disgrace to the word geniuses." The old man nodded in agreement and said, "Young Master Sunlight is vicious. This old man cannot compare to you." The middle-aged man smiled and said with a gentle voice, "Old Yun, let's go. Since we've already found the corpse of the magical beast, our mission can be considered complete. It's time for us to return." With that, the 2 of them leaped off the roof and disappeared with a few flashes. On the other side, Jianshan had already begun fighting with several great Saint Masters again. Facing the encirclement of 7 or 8 great Saint Masters at the same time, Jianshan was no longer able to fight as easily as he did against 3 great Saint Masters. After holding on for a while, a few more wounds appeared on his body. A few of the great Saint Masters had faint streaks of blood on their throats. If it were not for the fact that they had dodged in time at the most crucial moment and that someone had saved them, they probably would have become lifeless corpses long ago. The light in Jianshan's eyes flickered as he quickly glanced around. He knew that the sword technique he had used had been treated as a high-level battle skill. With how precious battle skills were on the Tianyuan continent, they definitely would not let him go so easily. Although he had killed several great Saint Masters, there were still over a dozen powerful organizations present. There were even several dozen great Saint Masters among them. If they worked together, it would be impossible for him to deal with them with his current strength. Chapter 186. He's trying to escape, chase him, don't let him escape. The battle technique is on him, we can't let him escape. Quickly chase him. As soon as Jianshan started to run, the surrounding people began to shout. A high-level battle technique was something that even Earth Saint Masters would drool over. Many Earth Saint Masters had yet to learn a battle technique, let alone a group of great Saint Masters. Wu Yun, stay. Where do you think you're going? Hand over the battle technique and we'll spare your life. Following the fiery shouts, the great Saint Masters on the roof and the ground all began to attack Jianshan. If Jianshan had continued to fight, perhaps he wouldn't have attracted the attention of so many people. But now that he was running away, no one would allow him to do so. In total, there were at least 30 Saint Masters attacking Jianshan. The Saint force contained within the Saint weapons filled the small space, making it seem extremely terrifying. Above Jianshan's head, a huge axe, 2 huge swords, a machete, and a scimitar slashed down with a crushing force. Now that Jianshan was in the air, he had no way of changing his direction. Helpless, the light wind sword in his hand turned into a blur as it pierced out like lightning, creating a dense net of swords in front of him. Ding 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 ding, following the sounds of weapons colliding, Jianshan's light wind sword clashed with the Saint weapons above his head. Although he managed to block the attacks, the Saint weapons were still powerful enough to force Jianshan's body back down to the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Jianshan didn't hesitate and used all of his strength to push off the ground. Like a cannonball, he quickly shot forward. In front of Jianshan, 2 Saint Masters wielding Saint weapons walked out from the crowd. Seeing Jianshan rushing towards them, a sharp light flashed in their eyes. Following that, a powerful Saint force surged out from their Saint weapons and slashed towards Jianshan. The temptation of a battle technique was just too great, and Jianshan's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. 1 or 2 Saint Masters wouldn't even be able to protect themselves against Jianshan. Thus, at this moment, the leaders of the various powers seemed to have a tacit understanding. Although they didn't communicate with each other, they all worked together to deal with Jianshan. Jianshan charged forward at an extremely fast speed. Just as the 2 Saint weapons were about to land on him, he changed his footstep. His body moved at high speed, and in an unbelievable instant, he moved 2 feet to the side, just dodging the attacks of the 2 Saint weapons. Ing! The light wind sword quickly pierced through the air, creating a sound similar to that of a sword breaking through the air. Then, as if it was carrying a thunderous force, it broke through all obstructions and pierced through the throat of one of the Saint Masters. Pooh! Jianshan's eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as if they could annihilate his opponent's soul. Some of the weaker ones didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Just as the light wind sword pierced through the Saint Master's throat, Jianshan immediately pulled it out and stabbed it towards another Saint Master. Seeing that his comrade had been killed by a single photo, the remaining Saint Master couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Although he knew that Jianshan was strong, he didn't think that he would be strong to this extent. With just a single photo, he was able to kill a Saint Master. Seeing that the silver-white sword in Jianshan's hand, that seemed to represent the Grim Reaper's scythe, was already stabbing towards him, the great Saint Master's face suddenly changed. He used all of his strength to pull back his weapon and immediately used it to block his throat. Ding! Even though this Saint Master had managed to block the fatal blow, the power of the light wind sword still caused him to uncontrollably take 2 steps back. However, before he could even stabilize himself, the sharp sound of the air being pierced rang out again. All he could see was a silver ray of light piercing through his throat. When the light dissipated, it was discovered that it was actually a long, thin sword. The body of the sword was already stained with blood. The Saint Master who had his throat pierced by the light wind sword widened his eyes. In the last moment of his life, there was only one thought in his mind: What a fast sword! At this time, the remaining 30 or so Saint Masters also rushed towards Jianchen from all directions. They quickly closed in on Jianchen, and a few of them who were already close to Jianchen had their saint weapons chopped towards Jianchen. Jianchen quickly scanned his surroundings and quickly blocked a few of the saint weapons that he couldn't dodge. Then, with a flash of his body, he charged into the group of Saint Masters. Right now, if he wanted to break out of the encirclement of 30 or so Saint Masters, he could only break out from the ground. This was because on the ground there were hundreds of people covering him. If he was to blend into the crowd, it would be much harder for the Saint Masters to block him. If he were to escape through the air, he would most likely be surrounded by dozens of Saint Masters. With a flash, Jianchen charged into the group of Saint Masters. His light wind sword turned into a streak of white light that danced in all directions, continuously slicing through the throats of his enemies. Against these Saint Masters, Jianchen was using his full strength, and there was almost no one who could escape from his sword. Jianchen quickly charged through the group of Saint Masters. Wherever he went, the people who belonged to the various large powers would fall to the ground. Quickly run! The group of people turned pale with fright. Like ants on a hot pan, they all fled in all directions. Bastard! Wu Yun, I will not forgive you. I will cut you into 10,000 pieces. Seeing the people who had died under Jianchen's sword, a few Saint Masters were flustered and exasperated. They flew into the crowd and chased after Jianchen. However, there were many people who belonged to their own powers. In such a dense crowd, the Saint Masters felt that their hands and feet were tied. It was impossible for them to be like Jianchen and kill without any fear. Everyone, scatter! Someone immediately shouted. However, his words were unnecessary. When Jianchen charged into the group of Saint Masters, they all began to run for their lives. However, with hundreds of people squeezed into the narrow street, it was impossible to escape in a short amount of time. Moreover, Jianchen's sword was incomparably fast, so only those who were far away from Jianchen were able to escape. As for those who were in front of him, they were all killed by Jianchen without exception. In just a few breaths of time, Jianchen had killed his way out of the encirclement of hundreds of people. Afterwards, he did not stop and immediately fled into the distance. Chapter 187. Seeing Jianchen's group gradually disappear from his sight, the city lord who was standing on a roof in the distance immediately let out a sigh of relief. He said, "They're finally gone. If we let them continue like this, who knows what would happen to my Phoenix City." The words of the city lord caused the few people behind him to secretly nod their heads. Although Fengyang City was their territory and as a second-tier city, the number of troops they could control was in the hundreds of thousands. However, there was not just one faction gathered there. There were a total of over 10 factions from several nearby cities, as well as Fengyang City itself. Every one of them was not to be trifled with. If they were to join forces, even the city lord of Fengyang City, who controlled hundreds of thousands of troops, would feel an extreme headache. I never thought that Wu Yun would actually possess a battle skill. I'm just too surprised. On the Tianyuan continent, even some Earth Saint Masters don't possess any battle skills. An old man behind the city lord sighed emotionally. His face was filled with envy. This Wu Yun's luck is really good. Not only did he pick up 2 Class 5 magical beast corpses for free, he even possesses a battle skill. I wonder where he got it from. This Wu Yun is not simple. I hope he doesn't have too great of a background. Otherwise, the clans that are hunting him down will be in for a bad time. Sigh, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Standing in the Phoenix City, the city lord sighed and immediately ordered, "Immediately notify the guards at the city gates. Let them leave the city without any obstructions." Yes. Jian Chern quickly fled towards the city gates on the main street. Although Fengyang City was very large, and there were many places where he could hide, there were still many spies within the city. Continuing to stay in Fengyang City was an extremely unwise choice. Right now, the best choice was to leave Fengyang City. In the open wilderness outside the city, his chances of escaping would be much higher. Jianshan was bleeding profusely from several wounds on his body. His clothes were completely dyed red. Now, he had no time to treat the wounds on his body. Escaping from here and keeping himself safe was the most important thing now. At times, Jianshan would run wildly on the streets, and at other times, he would use his qinggong to constantly jump on the buildings on both sides of the street. His speed had already surpassed the running speed of some low-level magical beasts. On the streets, the horses and magical beasts that were carrying their masters were constantly overtaken by Jianshan. Although Jianshan's speed was very fast, the group of great saint masters behind him were not much slower than Jianshan. Although they did not have a profound movement technique like Jianshan's, their saint force was definitely stronger than Jianshan's, making up for this shortcoming. Wu Yun, you can't escape. If you don't want to die, then stop obediently. Within the group of great saint masters who were chasing after them, there were people who continuously shouted out. The volume of their voices was so loud that it was deafening, spreading far into the distance. Even the people on the nearby streets could hear them clearly. The 30 great saint masters chased Jianshan through several streets. On the way, their loud voices naturally attracted the curiosity of the people on the street. They all stopped and began to discuss with each other. Among the 30 great saint masters chasing behind him, a middle-aged man stared at the fleeing Jianshan and muttered in a low voice, "This Wu Yun's speed is really fast. Looking at the current situation, it's impossible to catch up to him in a short amount of time." Following that, the middle-aged man turned to the person beside him and said, "Third brother, among us, I'm afraid that only you can catch up to Wu Yun, and we definitely can't let Wu Yun escape. Why don't you go and stop him?" The person called third brother wore red clothes. He had a medium build, neither fat nor thin. Although he was already middle-aged, one could still tell from his appearance that when he was young, this person called third brother was definitely a handsome and confident person. Hearing that, the third brother stared at the fleeing Jianshan, and the scene of Jianshan killing several great saint masters immediately appeared in his mind. A trace of hesitation appeared in his eyes. Second brother, although this Wu Yun only has the strength of a high-level saint master, he has a battle skill. Didn't you see that a few great saint masters were killed in a single exchange? I'm afraid that I'm not his opponent by myself. When he thought of the scene of Jianshan killing great saint masters in a single exchange, the third brother's heart began to palpitate. Third brother, although you only have the strength of a low-level great saint master, don't forget that you have wind-attributed saint force. You have a great advantage in terms of speed, and Wu Yun's greatest advantage is his speed. He's so fast that we have to be careful, and you just happen to be his nemesis," the middle-aged man said. "Second brother, although I have wind-attributed saint force, my contract with wind is extremely low. I've seen Jianshan's sword speed, and it's definitely faster than mine. I really don't have the confidence to face him." The third brother's face was filled with difficulty. The middle-aged man sighed. The fact that the third brother was so afraid of death made him feel a trace of displeasure. "Third brother, don't you see that we have so many people chasing after him? You only need to stop him for a short period of time. Once Wu Yun is surrounded by us again, it'll be very difficult for him to escape. At that time, I'll immediately take off Wu Yun's spatial belt and give it to you. Take it and run immediately. With your speed, if you burst out with your full strength, there aren't many people here who can catch up to you." Hearing those words, the third brother hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing, "All right, second brother, I'll go stop Wu Yun right now. You guys have to catch up as soon as possible." "Don't worry, third brother. Whether or not we'll be able to snatch the battle skill from the hands of so many people will all depend on you." The middle-aged man patted third brother's shoulder and whispered into his ear. There was a hint of excitement in his tone. According to his thoughts, if this plan succeeded, There was an 80 to 90% chance that the combat skills and the 2 Class 5 monster cores would fall into their hand. Jianshan had already been running for an incense stick's worth of time. Under his full strength, his speed was much faster than riding a horse. In a short period of time, he had already covered 40 kilometers. At this moment, he was already getting closer and closer to the gates of Phoenix City. Right at this moment, among the 30 great Saint Masters chasing after him, a green light suddenly flashed. A figure wrapped in a faint green light suddenly shot out, and his speed suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed the surrounding great Saint Masters and quickly rushed towards Jianshan. Chapter 188. Wind-attributed Saint Force cultivators had an absolute advantage in terms of speed. If a great Saint Master had wind-attributed Saint Force, then even an Earth Saint Master would have a hard time surpassing him in speed. Although Jianshan's movement technique was also extraordinary, with his current strength as a high-level Saint Master, his speed was at most comparable to a high-level Great Saint Master. If he faced a Great Saint Master with Wind Attribute Saint Force, there was no way he could escape. The Great Saint Master with Wind Attributed Saint Force was extremely fast. In just a few breaths of time, he had caught up to Jianshan. His large sword flickered with a faint green light as if it was enveloped by a layer of wind. It turned into a green light as it slashed towards Jianshan's back. Jianshan's eyes flashed. He was currently about 500 meters away from the group of Great Saint Masters. Before they caught up, he had to quickly take care of this Great Saint Master with Wind-attributed Saint Force. Otherwise, if he were to be surrounded by dozens of Great Saint Masters again, then it would not be easy to escape. The silver light wind sword appeared in Jianshan's hands in an instant. Carrying an extremely sharp sword chi, it pierced backwards like lightning. Ding! The large sword and the light wind sword collided with each other. This time, it was clear that both of them had used their full strength. The powerful Saint Force contained within the Saint weapons collided with each other, creating a visible ripple of energy that quickly spread out in all directions. All the buildings that were affected by the ripple of energy suffered varying degrees of damage. There were even a few unlucky mercenaries that were selling low-level monster cores that were sent flying backwards by the ripple of energy. Mother, there are actually people fighting here. That faint green light, it's actually Wind-attributed Saint Force. Hurry up and get away. These two people are both experts. If we get caught up in the ripple of energy, then the unlucky ones will be us. The city guards are about to arrive. The fight between the two caused the originally quiet street to become chaotic in an instant. Some of the weaker pedestrians hurriedly distanced themselves from the two to avoid being affected. The light wind sword in Jianshan's hand continued to stab out, each strike faster than the previous one. At this time, he had to kill this Wind Saint Force user as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, a Great Saint Master with the Wind attribute wasn't as easy to kill as a normal Great Saint Master. Under Jianshan's concentrated attacks, this Great Saint Master with the Wind attribute found it difficult to deal with, but at least he wasn't forced to the point of being flustered. Even though Jianshan's sword was absolutely faster than his dodging speed and attack speed, this Great Saint Master only had the idea of stalling Jianshan. Under his blindly defending situation, it was really difficult for Jianshan to kill him in a short period of time. After stalling for a while, the group of Great Saint Masters behind him had already caught up. Seeing the group of Great Saint Masters quickly closing in on him, Jianshan gritted his teeth and gave up on his opponent. He stomped on the ground and continued to run towards the city gate. As soon as Jianshan started to run, the Great Saint Master with the Wind attribute immediately chased after him, not giving Jianshan a chance to escape. Under this kind of entanglement, Jianshan was quickly surrounded by a group of Great Saint Masters. Wu Yun, let's see where you'll run to this time. Although the group of Great Saint Masters didn't belong to the same faction, at this moment, all of them were working together to deal with Jianshan. Not only were there people on the ground, There were also people standing on top of the surrounding buildings to prevent Jianchen from escaping through the air. Seeing the group of great Saint Masters surrounding him again, Jianchen's expression became very serious. After blocking the attacks of several people, he leapt into the air, leaving behind afterimages as he entered a restaurant on the side of the street. Shwa shwa shwa. Following the flickering of several silhouettes, several great Saint Masters immediately followed closely behind and entered the restaurant. Meanwhile, the rest of the people also surrounded the entire restaurant. Inside the restaurant, when several sacred masters had just entered, they suddenly saw a flash of white light. A thin and narrow longsword already shot over from the side with extreme speed, stabbing towards one of them like lightning. Careful! Although they were immediately noticed, the speed of the sword was extremely fast. Adding on the fact that they didn't expect Jianchen to be surrounded by so many people, it was already too late for them to react. Pooh! The light wind sword pierced through one of the people's throat. Another great Saint Master was killed by Jianchen. After that, Jianchen immediately pulled out the light wind sword and began to fight with the rest of the people. Pung! 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 The tables and chairs in the restaurant were quite damaged because of the fight between the two sides. Fortunately, it wasn't the peak time for eating yet, so the restaurant was quite empty. Aside from a few waiters, there weren't many people eating. As for the few people who were eating in the restaurant, when they saw Jianchen and the others fighting, they immediately hid far away. Jianchen was fiercely fighting with the great Saint Masters at the entrance of the restaurant. The space here was very small, so Jianchen didn't have to face enemies from all sides like outside. Thus, fighting in here made the pressure on Jianchen a bit less. Sirs, I beg of you to go outside and fight. My small restaurant can't withstand your torment. The well-dressed shopkeeper had a long face as he begged the people around him. As for the other waiter, they had already run to the foot of the restaurant and were squatting there, not daring to say a word. Boom boom! At this time, two loud sounds rang out, and the entire wall of the restaurant suddenly collapsed. A few more great Saint Masters rushed in from outside and attacked Jianchen. Jianchen's expression slightly changed. At this time, there were already 10 great Saint Masters in the restaurant. Facing 10 great Saint Masters at the same time was very taxing for him. Jianchen didn't want to continue fighting. His feet stomped on the ground, and his entire body shot up. He directly smashed through the wooden floor of the restaurant, creating a large hole in it, and went up to the second floor. Chase! The 10 great Saint Masters also smashed through the wooden floor of the restaurant and rushed up to the second floor. However, when one of them had just reached the second floor and didn't even have time to look around, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind him. In an instant, he was stabbed in the neck from behind. Immediately after, the silver-white sword flashed again and stabbed into the throat of another person not far away. In just a short moment, Jianchen used this perfect opportunity to kill the two of them with lightning-like speed. At this time, the rest of the people also reacted. When they saw what happened to the two people, they all broke out in a cold sweat. However, they secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, Jianchen's target wasn't them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to survive in this kind of situation. Right now, there's only about half of the Saint force in my body left. If I use my full strength like this, I won't be able to last much longer. Right now, I need to preserve my strength and escape. I can't continue to be entangled with them. If I even use up the strength to escape, then it seems like I'm going to die here today. Jianchen quickly made a plan in his mind. Right now, everyone was already on guard. He had already lost the good opportunity to make a move as easily as before. And if this kind of method was used a second time, it wouldn't work at all. How could a person who had suffered a loss a second time suffer a loss? Chapter 189. Just as Jianchen reached the mouth of the well, a white object suddenly shot out from the window of the second floor of the restaurant, directly towards Jianchen. Jianchen stabbed the white object with his sword. Immediately, a large amount of white powder erupted from the white object, instantly enveloping Jianchen. However, Jianchen wasn't worried at all. He allowed the white powder to touch his body. His body was immune to poison. Although it hadn't reached perfection, he was immune to most poisons in the world. Jianchen directly punched the stone slab covering the mouth of the well. With a boom, the palm-thick stone slab was directly smashed into pieces by Jianchen, revealing the dark mouth of the well. Then, without any hesitation, Jianchen immediately jumped in. In the back courtyard of the restaurant, people continuously flew in from all directions. In the end, they all gathered at the mouth of the well. There were a total of 28 people. Of the 30 or so great Saint Masters that had surrounded Jianchen, there were only 28 people left. Staring at the dark mouth of the well, a black-robed old man said in a deep voice, "What a cunning fellow! He actually jumped into the well. What should we do now?" Staring at the dark mouth of the well, a black-robed old man said with an extremely ugly expression, "All the wells in Phoenix Sun City are connected. There are tens of thousands of wells in Phoenix Sun City that are connected to a huge reservoir below. He can definitely escape to any place in Phoenix Sun City through this well." A bare-chested, dark-skinned man said in a deep voice. He belonged to the Hyming clan, a local power of Phoenix Sun City. Thus, he was much more clear about the situation than the other powers. Then what should we do now? Should we chase down this well? An old man muttered to himself. He couldn't make up his mind. "I don't think so. Although Wu Yun only has the strength of a great Saint Master, I believe that everyone has seen his battle strength with their own eyes. On the ground, even if 2 or 3 of us work together, we still wouldn't be his opponent. If we enter the water, not only will our movements be greatly hindered, our vision will also be greatly affected. If we chase down this well, I'm afraid that not only will we not be able to catch him, we will also lose a lot of people." The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. He wore a luxurious white robe with golden edges. His entire body emitted a noble aura. An old man with an aquiline nose sighed heavily and said with a bit of unwillingness, "Don't tell me that we are going to let him escape just like that? The battle skill he has is definitely an extremely profound one. It can actually allow a great Saint Master's speed to reach such a high level. Even with so many of us working together, we still can't catch him." "That's right, it's rare to meet such a weak person with a battle skill. For us, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We definitely can't let it go so easily. At most, after we obtain the battle skill, we can all comprehend the mysteries within it. This way, it will be beneficial for all of us. Finally, those 2 fifth-step monster cores, although they are also very precious, compared to the battle skill, they are far too lacking. Those profound battle skills are not something that can be bought with money alone." A middle-aged man wearing a white robe said. This person was a member of the Muda family. "That's right, we can't easily give up on this battle skill. However, Wu Yun has already jumped into the well. Through this well, he can reach any place in Phoenix Sun City. Phoenix Sun City is so big, it's not that easy for us to find a single person in the boundless sea of people. I think we should take advantage of the fact that he hasn't escaped far and quickly chase after him. The situation at the bottom of the well is unclear. Furthermore, it's dark. Who knows where Wu Yun is hiding right now, waiting for us to take the bait. This is too dangerous." A group of people started to discuss spiritedly. Regarding this battle skill, everyone's hearts were filled with jealousy. They were determined to obtain it, but everyone was greedy for life and afraid of death. They were all worried that they would encounter something bad in the well. After all, none of them were fools. They all knew one thing: although a battle skill was precious, if they were to lose their lives, then no matter how profound the battle skill was, they wouldn't be able to enjoy it. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, an old man wearing a linen robe revealed a smile on his face. He slowly raised his left hand and a small snake with the thickness of a finger came out from his sleeve. The old man stretched out his hand and gently stroked the small snake's head. He slowly said, "Everyone, don't worry, Wu Yun won't be able to escape." His tone was filled with confidence. The entire underground of Phoenix Sun City was a natural reservoir. It was connected to all the wells in Phoenix Sun City, providing the entire city with water. At this moment, in the underground reservoir, a figure was nimbly shuttling back and forth like a fish. It was Jianshan who had jumped into the well in the backyard of the restaurant. Because he was underground, the surrounding space was completely dark. Adding the water blocking his vision, he couldn't even see his 5 fingers if he stretched out his hand. Jianshan followed the map in his mind and quickly swam in a certain direction. Although it was so dark that he couldn't even see his 5 fingers, Jianshan relied on his powerful spirit to faintly sense a radius of 1 zhang. After staying in Phoenix Sun City for the past few days, Jianshan had also explored the environment of Phoenix Sun City. This kind of escape method was something that Jianshan had planned long ago. Once he fell into a desperate situation where he couldn't escape, he would use the method of jumping into a well to escape. Through this underground reservoir that was connected to all the wells in Phoenix Sun City, he could reach any place in Phoenix Sun City that had a well. With Jianshan's current strength as a high-level Saint Master, holding his breath for a long period of time was as simple as eating a meal for him. Even if he stayed in the water for a few hours without breathing, there wouldn't be any problems. Jianshan swam in the underground reservoir for 6 hours. When he was about 20 kilometers away from his previous location, he swam upwards. After searching for a while, he finally found a 2-meter-wide tunnel and rushed out of the water. As soon as his head came out of the water, Jianshan took in large mouthfuls of fresh air. After 6 hours of holding his breath, even Jianshan felt a bit tired. After catching his breath, Jianshan slammed his palms against the water and shot towards the well like a cannonball. Somersaulting in the air, Jianshan landed next to the crystal. He didn't even have time to wipe off the water that was dripping from his hair as he carefully looked around. This was a small courtyard. Not far away there were a few clothes that had been washed and dried. The surrounding area was empty, and there wasn't a single person in sight. Good thing there's no one here. From the looks of it, this should be the backyard of a small family. Jianshan combed his wet hair and used the light wind sword to remove all of it, leaving only a few inches of hair. I wonder what the situation outside is like. I'm afraid that the local powers have already sent a large number of people to look for me. This place isn't too far from the restaurant, so I should leave this place immediately. Jianshan immediately began to dress up. His previous appearance had already been washed clean by the water in the underground reservoir, so at this moment, he had returned to his original appearance. His head of wet hair, coupled with his handsome face, gave him a unique charm. Jianshan didn't hesitate and circulated his Saint Qi to dry the water on his body. He immediately took out a set of clothes from his spatial belt and changed into them. As for the wounds on his body, he didn't have the time to treat them, so he wrapped them up with a few strips of cloth. After all, this was someone else's backyard. Who knew when the owner would return? If the owner found out that there was a stranger in their backyard, it would definitely cause some trouble. Thus, it wasn't wise to stay here for long. The sooner he left, the better. Only after completing all his preparations and confirming that he had not missed anything did Jianshan leave the courtyard. After passing through a few small alleys, he finally arrived on a crowded street. After identifying the location, he continued to make his way to the city gates at a steady pace. Chapter 190. I heard that there are people fighting in the city not far from the Heavenly Phoenix auction house. I don't know who is so daring to actually fight in the city. Are they tired of living? Once they are caught by the city guards, the punishment will be extremely severe. Yeah, I also heard that it was a group of people surrounding and attacking a person. Moreover, a life was lost. What do you guys know? I came from that street. Let me tell you, those people who are fighting are all expert. Moreover, they all have great backgrounds. Even the city guards don't dare to provoke them. They fought their way over and not a single city guard went to stop them. Yeah, I also heard that those people all have the strength of a great Saint Master. That person who is being chased is really powerful. Facing so many great Saint Masters by himself, not only was he able to escape, he even killed quite a few people. Could the person who is being surrounded by a group of great Saint Masters be an Earth Saint Master? He is actually so powerful. Perhaps it was because Jianshan's fight with a group of great Saint Masters was too sensational, causing the news to spread very quickly. Walking on the street, Jianshan could hear the discussions of passers-by everywhere. As Jianshan listened to the discussions of the passers-by, he continued to walk in the direction of the city gate. After walking for less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, suddenly, several powerful auras came from far behind him. Feeling the sudden auras, Jianshan's figure slightly paused. When he turned around to look, he could faintly see quite a few people on the roofs of the houses on both sides of the street. They were quickly leaping in his direction. Moreover, there were quite a few familiar faces among them. They were the great Saint Masters who had chased after him before. Jianshan's face slightly changed. He suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. What's going on? Did they discover me? Or are they just passing by on the way? Looking at their appearance, it clearly doesn't seem like they are in a hurry. Could it be that I've really been discovered? No, that's impossible. My current appearance is no longer Wu Yun's appearance. They can't possibly recognize me. For a moment, Jianshan could not make up his mind. Right now, he and Wu Yun were like two different people. Other than the few wounds on his body that had not been treated in time, no one could tell that he was Wu Yun. And those wounds had been bandaged by him and covered by his clothes. From the outside, no one could tell that he was Wu Yun. And seeing the group of people behind him coming in with such ferocious momentum, Jianshan felt a little apprehensive. Perhaps they didn't come for me. They should have something else on their mind. That's why they're in such a rush. Especially at a time like this, all the more I can't panic. If I were to run now, wouldn't it mean that there's something wrong with me? Jianshan thought inwardly. He forcefully calmed himself down and continued to walk in the direction of the city gate. But right now, his walking speed was a bit faster than before. Previously, he managed to escape from the encirclement with great difficulty. Right now, he didn't want to fall into it again. But at this time, he definitely couldn't panic. On the other hand, Jianshan was also very confident in his appearance. Right now, he was no longer Wu Yun, but Jianshan. Very quickly, the group of great Saint Masters behind him leaped over the roofs of the houses on both sides of Jianshan. Their speed did not decrease in the slightest. Seeing this scene, Jianshan's heart that was in his throat finally calmed down. Fortunately, these people did not see through his identity. However, right when an old man passed by Jianshan, his expression suddenly changed. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Jianshan, who was standing in the middle of the crowd. He loudly shouted, "Found him. He's here. Quickly surround him." Before his voice even finished, he already jumped off the roof. In the end, he landed 5 meters away from Jianshan. He vigilantly stared at him, carefully taking precautions. Even if he was only facing a high-level Saint Master, this old man with the strength of a great Saint Master didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He had personally witnessed the scene of Jianshan killing several great Saint Masters. When the rest of the great Saint Masters heard this old man's words, they immediately turned around and shot towards the old man's position. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Jianshan. This sudden change also made Jianshan slightly stunned. His heart immediately sank, but his expression did not change in the slightest. He cupped his hands towards everyone and said with a smile, "Brothers, I wonder what you all are." Jianshan still didn't dare to believe that his identity would be seen through. He was extremely confident in his own appearance. His current appearance and Wu Yun's face that looked like he was in his 40s could be said to have undergone an earth-shattering change. Moreover, even his hair had been intentionally trimmed. There was not the slightest bit of similarity between the two. The 20 or so great Saint Masters that surrounded Jianchen looked at Jianchen's face that clearly didn't seem to be more than 20 years old. Their expressions were all filled with confusion. "Elder He-Mu, are you looking for the wrong person?" A white-robed middle-aged man said to an old man. "Yeah, Elder He-Mu, you're looking for the wrong person. How is this Wu Yun?" As soon as the white-robed middle-aged man finished speaking, another large man spoke in a low muffled voice. His voice was filled with dissatisfaction. The old man that was called Elder He-Mu carefully sized up Jianchen. His eyes were filled with confusion as he thought to himself, "Could it be that I've really found the wrong person?" Just as this thought appeared in Elder He-Mu's mind, a small snake that was only as thick as a finger shot out from Elder He-Mu's sleeve. The snake raised its head high and continuously spat at Jianchen. Seeing this scene, Elder He-Mu was slightly shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Jianchen, who didn't seem to be more than 20 years old. He cried out in surprise, "You're Wu Yun." Hearing Elder He-Mu's cry of surprise, the other 20 great Saint Masters also revealed a trace of shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at Jianchen. "Elder He-Mu, are you sure you didn't get the wrong person?" The red-robed old man still didn't dare to confirm. Elder He-Mu didn't answer the red-robed old man's question. He sneered and said to Jianchen, "Wu Yun, your ability to change your appearance is truly great. You actually made it so that none of us could recognize you. However, no matter how you change, you still won't be able to escape the senses of my spirit snake." Jianchen's expression also became a bit serious. Elder He-Mu clearly had a secret method to find out his identity. Right now, there was no way for him to avoid it. Hearing Elder He-Mu's confident words, the 20 great Saint Masters all felt extremely shocked. However, they didn't slow down at all. They all took out their own saint weapons and surrounded Jianchen. However, no one dared to make the first move. Jianchen's gaze swept through the surroundings before landing on Elder He-Mu in the end. He said, "Just how did you find me?" Old man He-Mu revealed a slightly complacent expression when he heard that. He said, "There's no harm in telling you. When you jumped into the well earlier, I sprinkled a special medicinal powder on you. The spiritual snake in my hand is extremely sensitive to this medicinal powder. As long as you're within 50 kilometers, I'll be able to find you through this spiritual snake." Jianchen came to a realization and continued, "Could it be that I can't wash off the powder even if I enter the water?" Chapter 191. So that's how it is. Jianchen's face became gloomy. According to what Elder He-Mu had said, if he didn't get rid of the 100 miles shadow powder, then he definitely wouldn't be able to escape from Elder He-Mu's pursuit. Right now, the only way was to kill the spirit snake in Elder He-Mu's hand. The safest way was to get rid of Elder He-Mu. Only then would he have a chance of escaping. Thinking up to this point, Jianchen's eyes flashed with killing intent. Without wasting any more words, the silver-white light-wind sword appeared in his hand and shot towards Elder He-Mu. Elder He-Mu gave a sinister smile. He was already prepared for Jianchen's sudden attack and immediately retreated. At the same time, a meter-long scepter appeared in his hand and blocked Jianchen's attack. Everyone attacked together. This time, be careful. We definitely can't let him escape. Just as Jianchen made his move, the other 20 great Saint Masters also leapt into the air. In the air, all of them brandished their swords at Jianchen. 20 sword chi broke free from their saint weapons and shot towards Jianchen. The light wind's sword suddenly exploded with a strong sword chi. The hazy sword chi was so dense that it completely covered the light wind sword. Soon after, Jianchen waved the light wind sword, creating an impenetrable net of sword chi that blocked the incoming sword chi. Boom! Boom! Boom. Boom. Following a series of explosions, the area where Jianchen was standing was instantly covered by the sword chi. The sword chi's shockwaves shot towards the ground, filling the air with dust. As soon as the 20 or so great Saint Masters landed on the ground, the 8 strongest people immediately brandished the saint weapons in their hands and chopped at the dust cloud with all their strength. As for the others, they carefully guarded the surroundings to prevent Jianchen from escaping again. Right when the 8 sacred masters' sacred weapons were about to hack down on that area filled with smoke and dust, suddenly, a silver-white streak of light shot out from the smoke and dust. The speed of this silver-white streak of light was unimaginably fast, as if it was flying alone in the air. Without anyone controlling it, it quickly circled around those 8 people once before disappearing from sight. Only a shallow line of blood was left on the 8 great Saint Masters' necks. Meanwhile, at the same time, the bodies of the 8 great Saint Masters suddenly froze. Soon after, specks of dark red gradually appeared from their necks, moreover quickly expanding. Soon after, from the necks of the 8 great Saint Masters, bright red blood surged out like fountains. In the end, the 8 of them simultaneously collapsed onto the ground. A white figure shot out from the dust that had yet to disperse. Jianchen did not even bother with the great Saint Masters. He shot past them and charged towards Elder He Mu. The light wind sword carried a sharp sword chi as it pierced through the air. The sharp tip of the light wind sword made a sound as it pierced through the air, heading straight for Old Man He Mu. Towards Jianchen's sneak attack, Elder He Mu had always been on guard. At this critical moment, Elder He Mu's face didn't reveal the slightest trace of panic. His body once again retreated, and at the same time, he did his best to twist his neck to the side. At the same time, he used the cane in his hand to strike the light wind sword. Ding! The cane and the light wind sword collided with each other, creating a muffled sound. The light wind sword had been knocked to the side by the cane, but Jianchen's sword was extremely fast. The light wind sword immediately followed up and swept towards the cane. Pooh! Jianchen's light wind sword swept past Elder He Mu's neck. Elder He Mu was a great Saint Master, but under Jianchen's full-strength attack, he was killed in a few moves. At this time, a large sword came from behind and fiercely chopped down on Jianchen's back. Jianchen's entire body was chopped down by the large sword, causing him to stagger forward a few steps. On his back, a half-meter-long wound had appeared. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Bright red blood surged out from the wound and quickly dyed Jianchen's clothes red. Seeing that Jianchen had been injured, the eyes of the people who were guarding the perimeter lit up. They immediately rushed towards Jianchen. The people who were closest to him took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Jianchen. 3 saint weapons came slashing towards Jianchen from different directions. "Since you want to die, then I'll help you." Jianchen's face revealed a trace of malevolence. Now that he had been injured again and again, not only did it affect his battle prowess, but it also affected his battle prowess. Furthermore, after using his full strength for so long, his Saint Chi was almost completely depleted. If he wanted to escape, then he would have to use his final trump card. Suddenly, an even sharper sword chi surged out from the light wind sword. Immediately after, the light wind sword left Jianchen's hand and flew out like a bolt of lightning. It collided with the 3 saint weapons that were about to hit Jianchen's body. Ding ding ding. Following the sound of metal colliding, the light wind sword's incredible speed gave it a powerful force. When the 3 saint weapons collided with the light wind sword, the light wind sword's powerful force caused the 3 saint weapons to retreat a few steps. Their faces turned pale as they looked at their saint weapons in shock. At the place where the light wind sword had collided with their saint weapons, there was already a small crack. Although it was just a small crack, the impact it brought to the 3 of them was incomparably huge. Their own saint weapons had actually been damaged. Furthermore, their saint weapons were connected to their masters. Now that their saint weapons were damaged, the 3 of them also received a certain amount of damage. So, the light wind sword pierced through the air and continued to fly towards the remaining saint weapons. Its speed was inconceivably fast, almost like a real bolt of lightning. Under Jianshan's control, the light wind sword blocked the saint weapons of the remaining 20 saint masters and then went straight for their throat. Pooh! 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 In just one picture, 7 saint masters had their throats slit by the light wind sword. Seeing this scene, the faces of the remaining saint masters changed greatly. They hurriedly waved their weapons to block the light wind sword's attack. Bastard, what kind of attack is this? How can the sword fly by itself? And its speed is so terrifying. After narrowly blocking one of the light wind sword's attacks, a pale-faced saint master couldn't help but curse out loud. Looking at the weapon in his hand, he saw that there was already a small crack in it. When the rest of the saint masters saw the light wind sword flying in the air, they were all shocked. To them, this scene was simply inconceivable. Facing Jianshan's light wind sword, the remaining saint masters were only able to hold on for a few breaths of time before dying. On the ground, there were already 20 saint masters who had their throats slit by the light wind sword. At this moment, the remaining great saint masters were completely frightened out of their wits. They no longer had any thoughts of fighting and fled as quickly as they could. One of them was even covered in a layer of faint green wind-attributed saint force. In just a few flashes, he had already fled 100 meters away. His speed was extremely fast. So, Jianshan didn't plan on letting them go. The light wind sword turned into a bolt of lightning as it chased after them. In the blink of an eye, Jianshan had caught up with the wind saint force user who was the fastest to escape. In the end, the light wind sword pierced through his throat. After killing the saint masters, the light wind sword circled in the air once before turning back and continuing to shoot towards the remaining saint masters. Facing the light wind sword's incomparable speed, none of the remaining saint masters were able to escape. In the end, they all died under the light wind sword. Chapter 192. P.S. I don't know what happened yesterday, but there was a power outage for an entire day. I couldn't write at all, so I couldn't update. Sorry, I started writing this chapter in the wee hours of the morning. The corpses of over 20 great saint masters were strewn all over the ground. Their blood dyed the entire street red. Around 100 meters away, countless people had gathered to watch the show. Every single one of them had their eyes wide open as they stared dumbfoundedly at the blood-soaked Jianshan and the 20 great saint masters lying on the ground. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and their hearts were filled with shock. Among them, there were quite a few people with extraordinary eyesight. With a single glance, they could see that the 20 or so people all had the strength of a great saint master. With 20 or so great saint masters gathered together, they formed a powerful force that was enough to sweep through the entire second-class city of Fengyang City. But who would have thought that so many great saint masters would actually all die in such a short period of time at the hands of a young man who didn't even seem to be in his 20s? If they hadn't seen this scene with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't have believed it no matter what. Even so, the scene in front of them was still hard for them to accept. They felt that it was so unreal, as if it was a dream. It was so fake. Jianshan's gaze slowly swept over the 20 or so great saint master corpses on the ground. His breathing was a bit hurried. The continuous battles had caused his saint force to be severely depleted, causing him to feel a bit tired. However, Jianshan also understood that he couldn't stay here for long. The Class 5 Magical Beast's corpse had attracted quite a few people. Right now, Fengyang City was the most chaotic time. Although on the surface there were more than 10 forces that weren't weak in the dark, there were probably some mercenary groups and lone wolves that had their eyes on him. After all, he was currently injured, and his battle strength wasn't as good as when he was at his peak. Adding on the temptation of Class 5 Magical Beast cores and battle skills, it was enough to make some people dizzy. Although Jianshan could easily kill a great Saint Master with the Divine Sword Manipulation Technique, using the Divine Sword Manipulation Technique would greatly deplete his Saint force. This wasn't a long-term plan. The only thing he could do right now was to immediately leave Fengyang City. To Jianchen, the current Fengyang City was countless times more dangerous than when he was in the wilderness. At this time, Jianchen's gaze landed on the Saint Master's spatial belt. His eyes couldn't help but light up. With a flick of his light wind sword, he collected all of their spatial belts into his hand. What made Jianchen even happier was the fact that he had actually discovered 3 spatial rings. Spatial rings were extremely valuable. They were far more valuable than a spatial belt. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a spatial ring was a symbol of status and strength in the Tianyuan continent. It wasn't as common as a spatial belt, where anyone could have one. Although a spatial belt was divided into different grades, it couldn't be compared to a spatial ring. Jianchen put away the 20 spatial belts and 2 spatial rings. In front of so many people, Jianchen didn't have the time to check what was inside and immediately left. Seeing Jianchen walk over, the people who had gathered to watch the show seemed to have woken up from a dream. Their faces were filled with fear as they parted to let Jianchen pass. Jianchen held the light wind sword that was still dripping with blood as he walked out of the crowd. Wherever he went, the people would give way to him. Even though Jianchen had a youthful face, no one dared to look down on him. Arriving before the mount of a Class 1 magical beast, Jianchen stopped. He fished out a few amethyst coins from his space belt and handed them to the owner. He said coldly, "I'll buy your mount." After saying that, Jianchen didn't wait for the magical beast's owner to agree and directly jumped onto the magical beast. Pulling on the reins, he quickly rode the magical beast towards the city gate. The magical beast's owner was only a mercenary with the strength of a Saint Master. After seeing Jianchen kill 20 Saint Masters with his own eyes, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction towards Jianchen's rude behavior. Not to mention that Jianchen had already paid him far more than the magical beast's worth. Even if Jianchen forcefully took the magical beast away from him, the magical beast's owner wouldn't dare to complain. Riding on the magical beast, Jianchen rushed towards the city gate. After a stick of incense worth of time, he finally saw the faintly discernible tall city walls in front of him. But fortunately, nothing happened that Jianchen didn't want to see. Although Phoenix Sun City didn't have the top powers in the surrounding cities, there were still quite a few powerful mercenary groups and some lone rangers. Originally, these people also wanted to get involved. After all, the temptation of 2 rank 5 magical beast cores and a high-level battle skill was too great. But when they received the news that 30 Saint Masters had already died in Jianchen's hands, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads, causing them to immediately give up on the idea of surrounding Jianchen. In the distance, when the guards on the city walls saw Jianchen riding a Class 1 magical beast and drenched in blood, they immediately shouted something to the people below. The soldiers below the city walls also immediately made way for the people entering and exiting the city, making way for Jianchen. It was obvious that they had already received orders from the city lord of Phoenix Sun City. In the heart of the Phoenix Sun City's city lord, he couldn't wait for Jianchen to be sent out of the city as soon as possible. After all, if he continued to stay here, then the powers that would be attracted to him wouldn't be easy to provoke. Even the Phoenix Sun City's city lord didn't want to offend him. Seeing this scene, Jianchen didn't slow down at all. He still maintained his high speed as he rushed toward the city gate. In the end, under the astonished gazes of a group of people, he rushed out of the city gates with a gust of wind. After leaving the city gates, Jianchen finally let out a sigh of relief. To him, the wilderness was much safer than Phoenix Sun City. After all, here, he wouldn't be harassed by an endless amount of enemies, especially the local powers of Phoenix Sun City, who knew just how strong they were and whether or not there were Earth Saint Masters hidden among them. Moreover, he had killed quite a few of their Saint Masters. Those local powers definitely wouldn't let him go so easily. If he continued to stay in Phoenix Sun City, then he would have to face their endless harassment. Haha, Mr. Wu Yun really is skilled. I didn't think that you would be so strong at such a young age. This should be the effect of that battle skill. Just when Jianchen was about 10 kilometers away from Phoenix Sun City, a somewhat old but full of energy voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Hearing this voice, Jianchen's expression suddenly changed. He immediately turned around and saw that about 5 kilometers away, a figure was chasing after him at an extremely fast speed. That speed was so fast that it was much faster than the magical beast that Jianchen was riding. Chapter 193. Sir, don't tell me you want the 2 Class 5 monster cores on me as well? Jianchen's voice boomed out, echoing through the surroundings and spreading far and wide. Hee, Class 5 monster cores may be precious, but they're nothing to me. Wu Yun, I want your battle skill. Give it to me and I won't make things difficult for you. The old man's voice rang out from afar, clearly reaching Jianchen's ears. In just a few seconds, the old man had closed the distance between Jianchen and the old man. From the initial 5 kilometers, he was now only 4 kilometers away. Jianchen's face became extremely ugly when he saw the old man's terrifying speed. Without any hesitation, he immediately leapt off the back of the Class 1 magical beast and began to run as fast as he could. Although this would drain his Saint Force, the speed of a Class 1 magical beast was much slower than his full speed. If he continued to remain on the back of the magical beast, the old man would probably catch up to him very soon. Jianchen ran as fast as he could on the ground. The violent movements of his body tore at the terrifying wound on his back. The heart-wrenching pain caused Jianchen's facial muscles to constantly twitch. His face had already become rather pale as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. If he had been struck in the back by a sword, the pain would not have been so intense. However, the violent movements of his body tore at his back, causing the wound on his back to expand at almost all times. The pain from his muscles slowly tearing apart was basically devastating to his nerve. Jianchen endured the intense pain on his back as he ran as fast as he could. Although he had not clashed with the old man, Jianchen felt an unprecedented threat from him. The old man was definitely terrifyingly powerful. The old man behind him could not help but sneer as he watched Jianchen flee. He said, Wu Yun, you're just wasting your energy like this. You won't be able to escape from me. With that, the old man's speed suddenly increased by another 30%. The distance between him and Jianchen quickly closed. 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers. The old man was extremely fast. In less than 10 minutes, he had closed the distance between him and Jianchen from 5 kilometers to 1 kilometer. Even though Jianchen had already increased his speed to the limit, he was still unable to shake off the old man. Moreover, using his movement technique to escape with all his strength was extremely taxing on Jianchen's Saint Force. In the end, when the old man was less than 500 meters away from him, Jianchen finally stopped. He turned around and stared at the old man while panting slightly. Seeing that Jianchen had stopped running, the old man also slowed down. In the end, he stood still 20 meters away from Jianchen. He had a seemingly amiable smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with curiosity and surprise as he sized up Jianchen. Wu Yun, that shouldn't be your real name, right? However, that is no longer important to me. However, the fact that you were able to kill over 30 great Saint Masters with the strength of a high-level Saint Master has truly shocked me. The old man said with a smile on his face. His tone was amiable. Hearing the old man's amiable voice, Jianchen frowned slightly. This voice gave him a faint sense of familiarity, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Immediately, Jianchen's mind flashed as he suddenly thought of a person. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Old mister, if my guess is correct, you should belong to the Harito clan of Yellow Earth City, right?" Jianchen had a very deep impression of the Harito clan. During the Heavenly Phoenix auction, The people who had gathered over 10 of the strongest powers from the surrounding cities actually didn't dare to compete with the Harito clan for the corpse of a Class 5 magical beast. Moreover, all of them were willing to give the first Class 5 magical beast corpse to the Harito clan. In the end, the Harito clan only had to spend a small amount of money to obtain the precious Class 5 magical beast corpse. From that moment on, Jianshan had already understood that the Harito clan was probably extremely powerful. At the very least, all the powers that could be called hegemons from different places were extremely fearful of the Harito clan. The old man nodded slightly and said, "Correct, old man is indeed a member of the Harito clan. Wu Yun, I only want your battle skill. As for the 2 Class 5 monster cores, I won't touch you." Seeing the flickering light in Jianshan's eyes, the old man gently snorted and continued, "Wu Yun, you should hand over the battle skill. Old man isn't as easy to deal with as those great Saint Masters. In front of an Earth Saint Master, a high-level Saint Master like you has no chance of escaping." Earth Saint Master. Hearing that, Jianshan sucked in a cold breath. Although he had already guessed that the old man's strength had probably reached the level of an Earth Saint Master, it was still just a guess. Now that the old man had personally confirmed it, he had no choice but to accept this reality. The old man before him was actually an Earth Saint Master. Sucking in a deep breath, Jianshan calmed down very quickly and said, "Senior, if I said that I don't have any battle skills, would you believe me?" Hearing that, the old man's smiling face immediately became stern. A sharp light flashed through his eyes and he said, "Wu Yun, my patience is limited. I don't have that much time to waste with you. It's best if you hand over the battle skill quickly. Otherwise, I'll have to do it myself." Reaching this point, the old man's voice paused slightly before a sinister smile appeared on his face. He said, "If you really don't have any battle skills, then it doesn't matter. You can stay in my Harlador clan for a while and write down all the battle skills you know, as well as the method of controlling saint weapons to fly freely in the air." Jianshan sighed inside when he heard that. He knew that there was no turning back now. Unless he handed over the battle skill, this Earth Saint Master old man would never let him go no matter what. The only thing he could do now was fight to the death. Only then would he have a chance of escaping. Moreover, Jianshan also understood that even if this old man wanted to kill him, he wouldn't dare to do so before he obtained the battle skill. What made Jianshan feel even more helpless was that he didn't have any battle skills. All he had was the cultivation method of the Azulite Sword Manual that was mistaken for a battle skill. Since he had made his decision, Jianshan didn't hesitate any longer. He stomped his feet on the ground and quickly retreated. Seeing Jianshan's actions, the old man revealed a disdainful sneer. His body then shot towards Jianshan like a phantom, his 2 hands reaching for Jianshan's neck like lightning. The light wind sword appeared in Jianshan's right hand. Facing an Earth Saint Master, Jianshan didn't dare to hold back at all. He immediately used his greatest trump card, Sword Manipulation. Chapter 194. Humph, this old man isn't as easy to deal with as those Saint Masters. Seeing the incoming light wind sword, the old man's face showed a trace of disdain. His hand that was about to grab Jianshan's neck suddenly changed direction and shot towards the light wind sword with his saint force. Pah! The old man's palm viciously slapped the light wind sword, and the light wind sword was sent flying more than 10 meters to the side. At the same time, the old man's face slightly changed as he looked at his own hand in shock. The hand that had struck the light wind sword was now covered with faint traces of blood. Looking at the wounds on his hand, the old man was slightly dazed. His face was filled with disbelief as he took a deep breath and looked at Jianshan with a complicated expression. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, the light wind sword that had just been struck by the old man turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards the old man. The old man's face slightly changed as his body slightly swayed. In an instant, he moved 3 meters away and the light wind sword finally pierced through his afterimage. However, the light wind sword's speed was extremely fast. Just as the old man dodged, the light wind sword immediately circled around in the air and once again pierced towards the old man. The old man's eyes turned cold as a surge of Saint force appeared in his hand and condensed into a light blue iron hammer. The iron hammer wasn't very big, only about the size of an adult's head. It was covered with a faint blue light and had a strange pattern on its handle. The old man swung the iron hammer towards the light wind sword. Ding! Following the sound of metal colliding, the iron hammer seemed to carry 1,000 kilograms of force as it smashed into the light wind sword, sending it flying far away. At the same time, Jian Chen let out an almost inaudible grunt. His face, which was already rather pale, became as pale as a sheet of paper, devoid of any blood. Wu Yun, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to hand over the battle technique or not? Next time, I won't be merciful. The old man stared at Jianchen with a gloomy expression as he said in a deep voice. In reality, the old man himself was not certain whether the battle skill was with Jianchen or not, so he really did not dare to kill Jianchen right now. He knew that as long as Jianchen was still alive, even if Jianchen did not hand over the battle skill, he could still capture him and take him back. There would be plenty of ways to get the information they wanted from Jianchen. However, if he killed Jianchen, it was very likely that he would not be able to obtain anything. Jianchen stared coldly at the old man and gnashed his teeth. Harito clan, I'll remember it. Do you dare to tell me your name? Hearing this, the old man's face showed a trace of disdain. What, you still want revenge? With your strength that isn't even a great saint master, you want to take revenge on my Harito clan? You must be dreaming. Since you want to know my name, then there's no harm in telling you. Remember, this old man's name is Yen Kazeler. Yen Kazeler, I'll remember it. Jianchen hatefully said. Just as he finished speaking, the light wind sword flew towards the old man from afar. Seeing that Jianchen didn't have any intention of handing over the battle technique, the old man's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Finally, he lost the last bit of patience in his heart. The hammer in his hand suddenly exploded with a surge of light blue saint force, bringing with it a sharp whistling sound as it flew towards the light wind sword. Just as the light wind sword and the hammer were about to collide, the light wind sword's trajectory suddenly changed. Like an incomparably nimble poisonous snake, it dodged the hammer and stabbed towards the old man's throat. At the same time, Jianchen's feet fiercely stomped on the ground and his entire body shot out like a cannonball, quickly escaping into the distance. Insignificant skill. The old man coldly snorted and immediately changed the direction of his attack, smashing towards the light wind sword. His entire body moved horizontally half a meter away, just enough to avoid the light wind sword's attack. In the blink of an eye, Jianchen had already escaped 50 meters away. Under his control, the light wind sword turned into a silver light and flew back into his hand. Seeing Jianchen escape 50 meters away, the old man's eyes finally revealed a trace of killing intent. A trifling saint master was as weak as an ant in front of an earth saint master. He didn't even put Jianchen in his eyes. But now, this ant in front of him had actually escaped from his hands. To him, this was an absolute humiliation. I'll catch you and make you suffer a fate worse than death. The old man's face darkened as he chased after Yang Kai. The speed of an earth saint master was undoubtedly much faster than Jianchen. In just 2 breaths of time, the distance between them had been reduced to 20 meters. At this time, the light wind sword in Jianchen's hand once again turned into a bolt of lightning as it pierced towards the old man. Facing Jianchen's attack, the old man didn't dare to underestimate it even though he was an earth saint master. His body slightly swayed as he dodged the attack. As he dodged, the speed at which he was advancing slowed down a bit. The light wind sword immediately turned in midair and stabbed towards the old man from behind. The old man's eyes revealed a trace of anger. The hammer in his hand contained a large amount of Saint force as it smashed towards the light wind sword. The light wind sword nimbly turned and once again dodged the old man's attack. Boom! Because the old man had used too much strength in his attack, he was unable to retract his hammer. In the end, the hammer fiercely smashed into the ground, causing the Saint force contained in the hammer to explode and create a 2-meter deep crater. Jianchen retrieved the light wind sword and continued to run as fast as he could. Afterwards, this scene repeated itself over and over again. Jianchen continued to run as fast as he could while controlling the light wind sword to harass the old man from afar. This made it so that the old man was unable to catch up to him. This chase continued for a full 2 hours. When Jianchen reached the top of a mountain, he had no choice but to stop because he had reached a cliff. After running for 2 hours and using the light wind sword to harass the old man, Jianchen was almost completely exhausted. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he would have already collapsed. After all, using the light wind sword to control the sword was just too exhausting. Right now, Jianchen's clothes were completely dyed red from the blood flowing out of his wounds. Because he had used up too much of his energy, Jianchen's head was dizzy. He was like an ordinary person who hadn't slept for a few days and wanted nothing more than to fall asleep. Crap, this is actually a cliff. Forcing himself to not fall, Jianchen looked at the bottomless cliff in front of him and his heart sank. Finally, a trace of despair appeared in his eyes. He was not afraid of death, but he was extremely unwilling to die like this. At the same time, he still had his mother who loved him the most in this world, as well as his elder brother and sister who had once cared for him, Changyang Hu and Changyang Mingyue. Bastard, die for me! At this time, a furious roar came from behind. The old man with the strength of an Earth Saint Master quickly arrived behind Jianchen and viciously smashed his hammer into Jianchen's back. Peng! Jianchen was already completely exhausted, so he didn't have the strength to dodge the old man's attack. In the end, he was sent flying by the old man's hammer and fell into the cliff. The old man's face changed slightly when he saw Jianchen disappear from his sight. He had been blinded by his anger earlier, so he had failed to see the terrain clearly. As a result, only now did he discover that there was actually a bottomless cliff up ahead. Chapter 195. When Jianchen slowly opened his heavy eyelids, the blurry scene before him gradually cleared up. The first thing that entered his eyes was a roof made of earthen tiles. A few cracks in the roof were covered with spider webs. A few spiders were crawling around, enjoying the delicious food that was trapped in the spider web. Jianchen's gaze subconsciously wandered around. Following that, the scene around him became clear to Jianchen's eyes. He saw that he was in a small room. The lighting in the room was rather dim, but he could still see the furnishings clearly. The furnishings in the room were very simple. Aside from a few wooden cabinets and a few small stools, there was nothing else. The floor was not completely made of marble. It was only made of hard, dry earth. What is this place? Looking at the scene around him, a trace of doubt appeared on Jianchen's tired face. Following that, he felt a slight pain in his head. Memories from before surged out from the depths of his mind like a tide, forming images that replayed in Jianchen's head. Jianchen vaguely remembered that after he was knocked off the cliff by the old man with the strength of an Earth Saint Master, he seemed to have fallen into the water and fainted. He had no idea what happened after that. I'm not dead. Looks like I was saved by someone. Jianchen quickly understood the situation before him. He immediately felt a small burst of excitement. In that situation back then, he had thought that he was dead for sure. He never thought that after falling off the cliff, he would still be alive. The Harito clan and the people who surrounded me in Fengyang City. Jianchen, will definitely not let you go. When Jianchen thought back to everything that had happened before, his eyes burned with hatred. He clenched his fists tightly. He had already committed the names of the dozen or so forces to memory. Just as Jianshan's body tensed up, a heart-wrenching pain came from his back. It was so painful that Jianshan could not help but let out a low groan. Even his face was slightly pale. After a while, when the pain passed, Jianshan took a deep breath. He lay on the bed and twisted his head to look at himself. He discovered that he had changed into a set of linen clothes. He could also clearly feel that the wounds on his body had been bandaged. However, when Jianshan's gaze landed on his waist, his expression suddenly changed. His space belt had actually disappeared. "Where's my space belt?" A trace of panic finally appeared in Jianshan's eyes. All of his belongings, including the Bai family's heirloom that his mother, Bai Yuntian, and the space ring that his father had given him, as well as the hundreds of thousands of purple crystal coins that he had obtained through various means, were all in his space belt. Now that he had lost his space belt, it was simply asking for his life. Furthermore, there were a large number of Class 4 monster cores and 2 Class 5 monster cores in the space belt. These were all important items that Jianshan could not lack for his cultivation. Jianshan's gaze wandered around the dimly lit room in a panic, trying to find his space belt. However, in the end, his face was filled with disappointment. He could not find even a shadow of his space belt. Just as Jianshan was about to lose his patience over the matter of his space belt, a series of footsteps came from outside the room. Then, with a creak, the wooden door of the room opened. A bare-chested middle-aged man wearing a pair of shorts walked in. This middle-aged man had a simple and honest face, but his appearance was very ordinary. As soon as the middle-aged man entered the house, when he entered the room, he saw that Jianshan had already woken up. He could not help but reveal a trace of a smile on his face. "You're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. If it weren't for the fact that you're still breathing, I would have thought that you were already dead." Jianshan's gaze fell on the middle-aged man, and he immediately asked, "Where's my space belt?" Seeing Jianshan's anxious expression, the middle-aged man smiled. He then walked to a cabinet beside Jianshan, opened the cabinet's door, and took out an ordinary-looking space belt. Afterwards, he said to Jianshan, "I've always kept your space belt here. Kid, don't worry. We definitely won't touch your things." After saying that, he handed the space belt to Jianshan. Jianshan accepted the space belt and immediately checked its content. Only after confirming that the important items were still there did he finally relax. Jianshan looked at the middle-aged man again. At this moment, his gaze towards the middle-aged man had become much gentler. He asked, "Did you save me?" The middle-aged man moved a stool over and sat beside Jianshan's bed. He chuckled. "2 days ago, when I went fishing in the river, I saw you floating in the water covered in blood. You were still alive, so I saved you." "Thank you for saving me." Jianshan looked at the middle-aged man gratefully as he spoke with great sincerity. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "There's no need to thank me. Young man, you're really lucky. I can see that your injuries are so serious, but you're still alive. Especially your back, even your bones are exposed. I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen someone survive such a serious injury." "Oh right, kid, you've been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat," the middle-aged man continued. Jianshan nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you, uncle." After not eating for 2 days, Jianshan really was rather hungry. Afterwards, the middle-aged man scooped a bowl of rice and some meat for Jianshan. After eating, Jianshan's hunger was somewhat alleviated. Afterwards, he used rest as an excuse to get the middle-aged man to leave. After the middle-aged man left, Jianshan slowly closed his eyes and began to silently recover his exhausted spirit. In order to deal with the old man's pursuit, Jianshan had used the divine sword manipulation technique to almost exhaust his spirit. Although he had recovered a little after being unconscious for 2 days, it was still not of much use. Now, he needed to recover his spirit to its peak before he could use the radiant sacred stone to heal. The middle-aged man had come a few times while Jianshan was recovering, but he did not disturb him when he saw that Jianchen was asleep. Very soon, night fell. Jianchen lay in bed for over 4 hours, but he did not move at all. It wasn't until the sun rose the next morning that Jianchen, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, finally woke up. After over a night of recovery, he had finally recovered 80% of his exhausted spirit. However, perhaps it was because he had overexerted himself 2 days ago, so it would be very difficult for his spirit to recover to its peak in a short amount of time without 2 or 3 days of recovery. Chapter 196. The dense radiant saint force turned into a milky white light that enveloped Jianchen's entire body. As the milky white light turned into a strange energy that continuously entered Jianchen's body, the wounds on his body began to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye. Because it was currently daytime, and because of the special nature of Radiant Saint Force, Jianchen wasn't afraid that the fact that he could control Radiant Saint Force would be leaked. Even if someone were to approach him while he was healing, he would be able to immediately sense it and stop controlling the Radiant Saint Force. Now that Jianchen's soul was much stronger than before, not only was the time he could control the Radiant Saint Force much faster, even the density of the Radiant Saint Force was much higher than before. As a result, after 5 hours of healing, his wounds were finally completely healed. However, Jianchen also paid a small price. His soul that had yet to return to its peak was almost completely drained. His head was so heavy that Jianchen couldn't even muster the slightest bit of energy. He wanted nothing more than to fall asleep immediately. Afterwards, Jianchen began to recover his soul. After a day and a night, he finally woke up the next morning. However, Jianchen didn't get out of bed and continued to rest. After all, the middle-aged man who had saved him before had already checked his wounds. It had only been 2 days, so if the middle-aged man learned that he had already recovered, he would definitely expose his identity as a Radiant Saint Master. After all, no matter how good the medicine was, it was impossible for him to recover from such severe wounds in just 2 days. Jianchen still didn't want to reveal his identity as a Radiant Saint Master, so he would do his best to keep his other identity a secret. Unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't easily reveal it. This was because he was very clear that with the special status of a Radiant Saint Master in the Tianyuan continent, once his identity was exposed, then there would be a lot of trouble. Lying on his bed, Jianchen silently recovered his Saint Qi. In the past 2 days, he had spent most of his energy on healing his injuries. Now, his Saint Qi was completely empty. The light wind sword in his dantian was also dim. Soon it was noon. At this time, Jianchen could clearly smell the fragrance of food drifting in from outside the house. Creak! At this time, the wooden door suddenly opened. The middle-aged man who saved Jianchen walked in quietly and finally stopped in front of Jianchen's bed. The middle-aged man could not help but sigh as he looked at Jianchen, who was still lying on the bed with his eyes closed. He murmured to himself, "Sai, you've been unconscious for another 2 days. You haven't eaten in the past 2 days, and you're so heavily injured. If this continues, I really don't know how much longer you can last. It's a pity that we're a poor mountain village, and we can't find any effective medicine." The middle-aged man helplessly shook his head as he turned around and walked out the door. "Uncle!" Suddenly, a weak voice called out from behind the middle-aged man. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's body slightly stiffened. He immediately turned around and looked at Jianchen, who was lying on the bed. His voice was filled with joy as he said, "Young man, you're finally awake. If you had been unconscious for a few more days, I was afraid that you would never wake up again." Hearing this, Jianchen's face revealed a trace of a smile as he said, "Sorry for making Big Tree worry. It's okay, it's okay. It's good that you can wake up. At least your life is saved. By the way, you haven't eaten for 2 days. I'm sure you're hungry. I'll go get you something to eat." After saying that, the middle-aged man turned and walked out. Very soon, a bowl of steaming hot rice and a few plates of fried meat were brought in by the middle-aged man. he said, "we're only in a remote mountain village. The best thing to eat is the meat of the wild beasts that we usually hunt in the mountains. Now that you're injured, we've specially made some meat for you to nourish your body." "Thank you, uncle." Saying this, Jianchen slowly climbed up from the bed. When the middle-aged man saw this, he hurriedly said, "Hey, don't move. You're injured, so it's easy to pull your wounds." As he said this, he put the food in his hands on the side of the cabinet and quickly went to support Jianchen. Jianchen smiled and said, "Although I'm a little injured, after 2 days of recuperation, my injuries have basically stabilized. Just a little movement like this won't get in the way." Seeing Jianchen slowly sit up as if nothing had happened, the middle-aged man could not help but reveal a trace of envy in his eyes. He said, "Kid, your strength should be pretty good. Your back is so heavily injured, yet you can sit up in just a few days." Hearing this, Jianchen deeply glanced at the middle-aged man and smiled faintly. "Uncle, looks like you're not simple either. You must have once roamed the Tianyuan continent." Sigh. The middle-aged man sighed. Jianchen's words seemed to have stirred up some painful memories. His face was filled with sorrow. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man slowly said, "Actually, over a decade ago, I was also a mercenary. I possessed the strength of a mid-saint master and traveled the continent with a few brothers who had gone through life and death together. However, ever since we came across a group of bandits while escorting some goods, my fate changed because of that. That group of bandits was very strong. After a bitter battle, although we managed to drive them away in the end, we also paid an extremely heavy price. As for my saint weapon, it was also destroyed in that battle by someone who was much stronger than me. Although I didn't die, I lost all of my abilities and became a cripple. In the end, I came to this small mountain village to live a life of peace." Jianchen fell silent for a moment when he heard that. He could completely understand the middle-aged man's feelings. Being reduced from a mercenary who had once roamed the continent to a cripple who could not use martial arts was definitely a torture worse than death for a man who once possessed great power and great ambitions. Afterwards, Jianchen ate his rice as he chatted with the middle-aged man. After a while, Jianchen learned the middle-aged man's name, Rothko. Rothko was already in his 40s. Ever since his saint weapon was destroyed and he became a cripple, he came to this small village by himself. After over a decade, he married a girl from a nearby village and gave birth to 2 children, 1 son and 1 daughter. They just happened to be 10 years old this year. Afterwards, Jianchen temporarily stayed in Rothko's home. However, he did not tell anyone that he had recovered. He locked himself in his room all day, using recuperation as an excuse so that Rothko would not disturb him when he had nothing to do. After that, he sat on his bed and continued to refine the saint force in his body. Although he had spent a few days refining the saint force in Fengyang City, Jianchen still had not completely dealt with the aftereffects of using monster cores to raise his strength too quickly.